but I don't want that kind of stress, girl. I got my baby girl at home, in and out the back door. I just want to jump all up on the dance floor. I just want to jump in and out the window. I just want to jump. If my name you call to, I just want to jump.
The Government Information Unit, GIU, is the communications arm of the Government of Montserrat. We serve as the official platform for news and information for and about the government's ministry and departments. Develop information products on government's policies, programs, projects, and activities, which are then channeled through various communication platforms. GIU, your official source for news and information on the government of Montserrat.
and creating the COVID-19 vaccines. Large studies show that approved COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective. This message was brought to you from the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. It is not possible for the vaccine to change your DNA. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. Those who already had COVID-19 should still get vaccinated. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. You cannot get COVID-19 from the vaccine. None of the current vaccines contain the live virus that causes COVID-19. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. There is no vaccine microchip, and the COVID-19 vaccine will not track people or gather personal information into a database. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health.
The Government Information Unit, GIU, is the communications arm of the Government of Montserrat. We serve as the official platform for news and information for and about the government's ministries and departments. We develop information products on government's policies, programs, projects, and activities, which are then channeled through various communication platforms. GIU, your official source for news and information on the Government of Montserrat.
man would never act like that. I give me number on the spot. I ain't got nothing here to hide. Me have me wifey by my side. When they turn 60, they call 20. When they reach 90, they want to go out and party. Ever young, my love, never gonna grow old. Forever young, my love, never gonna be old. Forever young, my love, never gonna look old. Forever young, my love, never gonna feel old. I feel 20, 90, I look 40. I jamming, we don't wanna go. Aligning, we taking it slow. Wine your body, wine your pussy, wine your body, wine your pussy. How old are you? When they turn 60, they call 20. When they reach 90, they want to go out and party. Ever young, my love, never gonna grow old. Forever young, my love, never gonna be old. Forever young, my love, never gonna look old. Forever young, my love, never gonna feel old. I feel 20, 90, I look 40. I jamming, we don't wanna go. Aligning, we taking it slow. Wine your body, wine your pussy, wine your body, wine your pussy. How old are you?
Yeah.
Good evening, Radio Land, 88.3, 95.5, and those watching on the GIU link. You're listening to live basketball coverage for the championship games this evening. Good evening, Trevon Pollard.
Let me say good evening to you as well, Genzel. And it's Thursday. It's the finals.
The eve of the weekend.
Oh.
And such a good feeling. The first game this evening is going to be between your Montserrat Shamrocks and the St. Kitts Sugar Boys for the third place trophy. And these boys look like they're ready to go.
Yes, they are. I must say, it's been a very exciting. It's been, quite an exciting past few days, where we are now going to bring the curtains down on what I must say has been a spectacular league. And let me say kudos to the MABA executive for thinking outside of the box and really and truly bringing to us this league, especially in December.
Absolutely, and MABA, Montserrat Amateur Basketball Association, like I'll spell it out there for those who are just listening, we always try to step it up a bit further so that we can showcase not just our local talent here in Montserrat, but what we have happening regionally. If you're looking at the court side, you'll see that the teams are preparing to get on the court. You see the Montserrat Shamrocks, they're dressed in green, and the St. Kitts Sugar Boys are wearing their black jerseys. Coaching staff for the Montserrat Shamrocks, Coach Vakel Moraine and Coach Tyrone Fenton, and the Sugar Boys are coached by none other than Philip, aka Ghost, for the Sugar Boys. And they're managed by Mr. Wendell Pemberton, and of course the Montserrat Shamrocks managed by Mr. Astrid Wade. So that brings the explanation and the description of who's on the court, and this is the championship, the prerequisite before the championship, the third place trophy.
Let me invite you to come on down to support the Montserrat Shamrocks. A lot of times, we don't find the third place game very exciting, but this is the third place home game. So come on down and lend your support to, the Montserrat Shamrocks and to young people in general, we are developing basketball culture for the future, and the support will take them a long way. I'm looking at the court. We're looking at the starting five for the Montserrat Shamrocks. Kiana Woods. Also, I'm looking at Tishawn Phillip, Jordan Ryan, Maldrick Weeks, and that's Robin. Trying to find his
Johnson.
last name. Robin Johnson.
And for your Montserrat Shamrocks, we have Jordan Ryan. That's correct. But for the St. Kitts side, the Sugar Boys, let's give you a quick rundown of the lineup. It's Leroy Wilkinson, number 14, Stephen Providence, number 5, Taquan Rogers, number 8, Leston Wilshire, and of course, number 3, Chavez Belboda on the court. Here is Jordan Ryan getting a steal there, put back 2 points.
That's good.
Getting Montserrat striking first here in the first quarter.
Yep.
Here's number 8, Wilshire, getting it across to Taquan Rogers, who's the captain for the St. Kitts Sugar Boys. He's dribbling the ball baseline there. Wilshire taking a 3-point attempt. But number 10, Mr. Leroy Wilkinson collecting the rebound. He takes a long pass back to Wilshire. And here's Taquan Rogers at the top of the key, trying to get down into the key. Taking a jump shot. Another offensive rebound for the St. Kitts Sugar Boys as Balboda collects that ball. And he's looking to see to attack. Gets it to Taquan Rogers, the captain, who works, goes straight to the scores. So ball now with the Shamrocks as inbound to
Maldrick Weeks.
Yes.
Dribbles, passes to Tishawn Phillips.
Gets the ball to Kiana Woods, who attacks the baseline there. He's jab stepping, throws it back to Tishawn Phillips, and there's a backcourt opportunity there, but Baldoa collects the ball and tries to get a layup. Unfortunately, he can't convert. Here's Maldrick Weeks, pump fake, and 2 points there on the Montserrat side once again. So Montserrat now 4. And
the St. Kitts Nevis Sugar Boys 2. Yes. 8 minutes and 25 seconds in the first quarter.
As Jordan Ryan gets a block there on the big man number 10 for St. Kitts, I hear a whistle on the side, and they call double dribble. The referees for this game this evening, none other than Jamal Wade, Katie Knight, and of course our friends from St. Kitts have sent their representative. And he did a fantastic interview the other night explaining the do's and don'ts of the game. Correct. So here is Taquan Rogers for the St. Kitts Sugar Boys, crossing over at the top of the key, gets it down to number 10, who gets an and one situation there. Basket is good, and wow, what a drive. So 2 points there for St. Kitts, so that brings the score now to 4. And number 10, who is none other than Leroy Wilkinson, he's about 6'4". He tapped the basket in the key just now and got the basket to go in. Definitely good layup attempt and a foul. So number 5 for Montserrat, who is ending on that's Jordan Ryan. That's his first foul. Yes, Wilkinson unfortunately did not make that free throw, and here comes Montserrat over the court, half court. 4-4 at this time. 8 minutes left in the first quarter. This tournament has been ably sponsored by the government of Montserrat, our special platinum sponsor, Sarah. Of course, the Bank of Montserrat, always involved, always taking part in these type of activities. We have Caribbean Alliance, who came on board, and we say a special good night and thank you to the management staff and the crew of ZJB and the GIU. Here is Teshawn over the half. Philip getting the ball.
Dribbles, goes up
to the 3-point line, hits the front of the iron. The big man, number 14, Stephen Providence for St. Kitts Sugar Boys, gets the rebound. Pops the ball out there. Here comes Taquan Rogers, who's wrapped up, and he gets fouled going to the basket and scores. Tell us about that play, Trevon. You know you played a little basketball.
Well, I just want to say that I'm impressed that they're driving. If you see what's happening here, they're driving in and they're accepting those fouls. They're getting those fouls, and that extra point goes a long way sometimes. And I think that's trying to penetrate is very important at this time. It's early in the game. You should. You know what I mean? You should be focused on driving. You shouldn't, unless that you're one of those skilled shooters from the 3-point line, you should be focused on penetrating the other side. And
Very interesting perspective you've raised, Mr. Pollard. As you see, Robin, like he's hearing what you're saying, he's going to the basket once, twice, gets the offensive rebound, gets his own rebound, and he'll be going to the line.
And he also gets the foul.
Yes, got the foul there on the big man. So somehow the information has been shared, and Robin came with a game plan, I believe.
Exactly. I guess we're thinking the same.
Yes.
I guess we're thinking the same. It's important. It's a very early game.
But the Shamrocks are swinging. They're coming out swinging this evening. And
Definitely.
I like the attacking offensive style, and that they're going to the cup and trying to get fouls early in the game. I must say, I like the way that they're attacking the game this evening. So here's Providence sailing through the air, trying to get a rebound. Gets it to number 8, who is Leston Wiltshire. Going for a layup, does not convert, and Keanu Woods has checked into the game. Here he comes over the half court, driving 1-2, going to the basket. There's no foul. And rebound by Margic Weeks, number 12 for the Shamrocks, who gets it back to the top of the key. Keanu Woods, who zips it to Margic Weeks, who jump stops in the center of the key. Unfortunately, hits the front of the iron, and Baldoa is in transition on a primary break, a layup. And here comes a dunk there by Providence, but he was unsuccessful, and Montserrat gets the defensive rebound. Here's Margic Weeks over the half. He's calling to the big man. Get ready, Jordan. He gets it down to Jordan Ryan's hands. Gets it back to Keanu Woods on the other side. Good rotation by the Montserrat Shamrocks this evening. And here's Providence collecting that rebound and getting it to the manager. Not the manager, that's the captain, Tiquan Rogers, who's getting it to Wiltshire and who's zipping across. That's a nice cut for the St. Kitts side. Getting into the key, and nice guy hook converts for 2 points. Here's Margic Weeks for Montserrat. Gets it to Keanu Woods, who is slowing down the tempo of the game. I like what he's done. Looking to see where the holes in the defense is. St. Kitts Sugar Boys is playing a 3-2 zone. Yes, a 3-2 zone defense, and Montserrat is in a full motion offense at this time. Ball out of bounds there seems to be slapped away by the St. Kitts Sugar Boys as the referees and players, the coach has a conversation there. The coach, Philip, a.k.a. Ghost, has a discussion there with his players to get them organized.
We're seeing there's a sub at this time, number 12.
Yes, number 12 for St. Kitts, none other than Germal Ford, has now checked in. He's caused some damage in this tournament, being a defensive presence and, of course, getting some rebounds. So, see the ball here now to Teshawn Phillip, who's going to line up, it looks like, for some shots. And it's a technical situation at this point. Yes, there's a technical on the court on the St. Kitts side, and now free throws
Sean
awarded
Phillips,
for the Shamrocks.
he goes up, misses.
Hits the back iron. The ball is still awarded to the Shamrocks. Score 5 for the Shamrocks, 8 for the Sugar Boys, who are here and in defense. Here's Keanu Woods has the ball. Crossing over at the top of the key. He's guarded by Baldoa for St. Kitts Sugar Boys. He's going to take a 3-point attempt. Hits the iron, and Jordan Ryan trying to get the rebound. Margic Weeks snatches it quickly.
Goes up.
And goes up as well. Margic again gets the rebound. Gets it to Teshawn on the
Phillips.
baseline. And misses that shot. Providence gets the ball to Wiltshire, number 8 for the Sugar Boys. Zipped it to Baldoa, and a block there by Teshawn Phillip on the glass. St. Kitts Sugar Boys get the rebound. That's Baldoa. Gets it to number 5. Tiquan Rogers is at the top of the key. Teshawn Phillip challenges the ball. And the ball now with Montserrat trying to get the ball over the half. Here's Jordan Ryan, who sails through the air. A block there by Providence. The top of the key. He'll get a chance to score 2 from the cherry stripe.
Well, let me ask you this. If I know you're paying keen attention to the game, and if we look at the last 3 turnovers from the Montserrat Shamrocks, you would realize that is the point where they stop driving in. Just a while ago, Jordan drove in with the ball. He was fouled. Free throws. All the other times they were trying to shoot from different parts of the court, and they were missing jumpers from, different areas, from even the 3-point line in different areas, and they were missing. So I'm just saying, sometimes just sticking to the basic fundamentals, especially that we are still in the first quarter of the game, 5 minutes 25 seconds.
And what Montserrat, I think the Shamrocks are doing is trying to find the gaps. When one shoots jump shots and they get the defense to come out, it creates space on the court and persons can attack the key easier. As you see, Baldoa for St. Kitts trying his best to get the ball, saved by Jordan Ryan, and the ball comes out the foot of Tiquan Rogers. So here's number 11 at the top of the key. Pass faking, jump stepping, looking for an open man. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Taquan Rogers has the ball, takes a long three-pointer and finds the bucket after a 24-second shot clock. Here's Jordan Ryan now getting the ball to Jazik Weeks, who's checked in for Teshawn Phillip, who gears it to Keanu Woods. Here's Jazik again, top of the key. Woods lines up for a three, hits the front iron, and here sails in Mr. Ford early in the game with a defensive rebound for St. Kitts. He has 11, driving straight to the cup, and basket is scored. Score now 13-7 in favor of the Sugar Boys. Here's Magic again, passing the ball to Keanu Woods. Keanu's being very tactical here as he tries to slow down the tempo of the offensive attack and get St. Kitts into a comfortable position before the offense attacks. Here's Jazik on the baseline, lining up for a three-pointer, hits the top of the backboard, and we have some substitutions now with 4 minutes and 15 seconds left in the first quarter.
Let me just say, and then because we were at timeout, tell me some of the players from the Montserrat Shamrocks and even from the St. Kitts Nevis Sugar Boys that you, as a former basketball player, have seen that have some form of potential to make it, to further than just on the amateur level.
Well, for what we've seen in this tournament has been a high level of play from several players across the different Leeward Island that are playing in this tournament. Let's start off with the St. Kitts team.
Yeah.
So St. Kitts has presented a team of approximately 12 players, and we see the captain, both captain and vice captain, Rogers and Belboda, have been attacking from the first night. So those are some players that you realize the basketball IQ is very high, and they are looking to improve. It's never a situation where they only stars on the team. You have team developers, and they facilitate by giving assists, compliments in the court, and they're pulling up these younger members on their team. So it's always good to see that. As we return to courtside, and in the booth now, we have Coach Kenford Samuels. Good evening, Coach Samuels.
Good evening to you.
Good evening to everyone and the listening public, near and abroad.
Of course, and we are bringing the live commentary and broadcast for the third place trophy in the Montserrat Amateur Basketball Association's Under 26 Youth League, where we have 4 countries participating. Tonight is the third place trophy that they are playing for right now, as we see the Shamrocks battling with the St. Kitts Sugar Boys. So here's Penko, Rashawn Thomas trying to get the rebound, and Keanu Woods getting the rebound and attacking the basket as well, as St. Kitts Sugar Boys is in transition and trying to get the ball up the court. But well guarded there by Jazik Weeks. I must compliment him as he's playing that closeout very well. So here's Baldoa launching a three and unsuccessful there. So the Shamrocks will be awarded the game with 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So you were saying, as the Montserrat team comes across, yes, here we see Jazik Weeks. Nice strategy. Slow down the pressure of the St. Kitts side and then get into a set. So here's Magic driving to the baseline, crossing over, looking for the available man, gets it to Jordan Ryan, who goes baseline and passes it across to Robin, it looks like. Yes, ball goes out of bounds. No. St. Kitts gets the ball. And here comes Baldoa, the top of the key, who passes it long to the 11 on the baseline, who's skipping, trying to get it to the basket. Jordan Ryan with the swat, and he's guarded by 2 St. Kitts defenders, and he's pinched at the half court. So here's number 1 for St. Kitts driving to the key, and there's going to be a foul under the basket there as he attempts a layup. The number 1 for St. Kitts, none other than Cecil Angel, who's been doing quite a bit of damage as he checks in the game, not starting the game, but as a 6th man coming off the bench for the Sugar Boys. Coach Kenford, you're just joining us. What is the atmosphere like courtside as you came in the building? Tell us a little bit about what you've seen, because you're the last one in the booth at this time. How's it looking on the outside?
Everyone's just taking their time. I think because of the early game, putting it to 6, everyone was anticipating the 7 p.m. start. But I think the organizers now have said yes. 6 to get everyone in, because the presentation and stuff will be at the end. So yeah, outside everyone's rolling in, still preparing. So I do know that by halftime the fans would be inside behind the team, the Shamrock boys. They need it now more than ever to have some sort of feeling going to even finishing in third place. So I think the fans, you need to come out, scream out your lungs for your team, and be behind the Shamrock boys the first for most in a competitive feel like this. So your support is needed, Jenzo.
Absolutely, and I think, Pollard, you would echo those sentiments.
Definitely. We need this third place trophy. I think it's very important for, just for the encouragement of the Montserrat Shamrocks. I think they came out, they played their hearts out, even though they never made it to to be contenders for the first place trophy. But I think it would, take them a long way in terms of the building of the actual basketball culture in Montserrat. But let's see what happens, because St. Kitts Nevis Sugar Boys, they're a very good team as well, and we are looking forward to a great game.
Absolutely, and while we're talking about the Montserrat culture of basketball, couldn't come here this evening and not play homage to some of the coaches who would have paved the way. So at this time, I'll speak a little bit about the work put in by former coaches such as Mr. Shedman Brown, of course, Coach Peter White, who would have laid the foundation for basketball here in Montserrat. And then, of course, we speak to some of the managers who would have served to prepare some of the national teams. As they start as recent as manager Mr. Randolph Lewis, go back several years ago, I think we had Mr. Jermaine Wade, and we had other managers historically like Mr. Wendell Lee, and I think we had former presidents as well. So here's St. Kitts attacking. Baldoa, 2-point conversion, score now 16-7. St. Kitts Shamrock, the St. Kitts Sugar Boys, 8 points, 9 points ahead here, and Montserrat doing battle, trying their best to put some points on the board. So here we see Jordan Ryan, high off the glass, and good position there by Jordan Ryan, and good pass, Stephen Rodney joining the fray, a first time for the game this evening. Pass there to Mr. Angel for St. Kitts Sugar Boys. Baldoa gets it to none other than number 12 for St. Kitts. Here's Baldoa, bounce pass to number 4, who's attacking the basket aggressively. That's Dario Esdali, and he is fouled as he goes to the basket. So he's going to be put into the book. Yes, number 13 for Montserrat.
Rashawn Thomas.
Yes.
Rashawn
Thomas.
A.K.A. Penko.
Tell me the growth about Rashawn over the last few months as you've seen him, Coach. You've worked with him in several capacities. Talk to about the development in this player.
His game has developed into something brilliant for the journey he has taken inside of his career. Still young, still have a lot to learn. If he want to learn, it can happen. And I'm kind of proud to see him out there having his minutes in the setup of this nature. And I think some growth is still needed, as I mentioned, and it will continue to happen with tournaments like these.
Very good, well said. Here you see St. Kitts inbounding to the big man, number 12, who is Mr. Gamal Ford, who converts 2 points there, 19 for the Sugar Boys and 9 for the Shamrocks. Here's Stephen Rodney, bounce pass to Jordan Ryan, top of the key. Jazik Weeks, left-hand guard, gets it to Magic Weeks, who pump fakes, jab steps. Rashawn collects the ball, 10 seconds on the shot clock, and a foul there at the top of the key. I think the foul will be on Mr. Esdelio. Yes, he's going to be put into the book for tripping up Rashawn Thomas at the top of the key. And Rashawn playing a little bit outside of his comfort zone there.
Yes.
He's stepping up and creating that extra movement. I like it. Here's Jazik Weeks. And I see another foul there on Rashawn. That's going to be a rough situation with him having, I think it's going to be 3 fouls at this time, 2. Let's see what goes up on the clock. Here's St. Kitts inbounding. Yes, that's the 3rd foul on Rashawn. So we have Angel to Rogers for St. Kitts Sugar Boys. Guarded by long guard Stephen Rodney, who's screened by 11. A jump shot on the baseline by Angel. And he connects. Score now 22-9 in favor of the Sugar Boys. 1 minute remaining in the first quarter of the 3rd place championship, and Magic Weeks crossing over, looking for an opportunity to score. Gets it down in the hands of Stephen Rodney, who hits the iron, and rebound there by Cecil Angel. Goes out of bounds by the Montserrat team. Ball sticking with St. Kitts.
Well, I notice a good pressure from the Shamrock boys, especially inside of the area, forcing some turnovers. They're not getting the rebounds and stuff after that, but I like the fact that, again, you see getting that forceful play inside of that area. So I hope it continues.
Steal there by Jordan Ryan, who gets it to Magic Weeks, who takes a big 1-2. Nice slow step and into the paint. Unfortunately, he doesn't convert. Then the Sugar Boys are in a primary break. Here comes Cecil Angel. They pull back, and Tiquan Rogers takes a long shot, and Rashawn gets the rebound and is going to get it to Jordan Ryan, who's slowing up and trying to bring the ball over the half. He gets it to Steven Rodney, long guard, and he takes a shot, hits the back iron. Score at the end of the first quarter, 22 for the Sugar Boys and 9 for the Shamrocks. Yes, Coach Kenford, what would you say about the officiating thus far in the tournament?
Very professional. As you can see, we have veteran Mr.
Knight.
C. Knight and the official from St. Kitts and our very own inside of the house. So a lot of learning is going on at the same time with the help of the Mr. Knight and the official from St. Kitts. And I would like the sternness that they have inside of the Little Blade Multi-Purpose Center. I think our officials are doing well. Continue again in everything. Practice. The game is the teacher, even for the officials. And with their vast experience, they're humans as well. So we can, congratulate them on the job well done.
And welcome to the commentary box, Mr. Jaish Shadwani. Everybody knows him as Mr. Sakawinki. Jaish, welcome to championship basketball here in Montserrat once again. How are you feeling?
Good evening. Well, overwhelmed, coming into the not pavilion, but the stadium tonight. We had a lot of chit chat about some new players coming on the rock. So I think we have some reinforcements in for the game, the finals game.
Is that real news or fake news?
Well, let me tell you my sources. So, one of my sources is a friend from Antigua who works at the airport itself. She said, Saka, we have a giant coming down. So, and then another source was one of the coaching staff of the opponent team, and they were like, I just want you to let everyone know that we have a 7-footer coming in. Yeah, spread the word.
All right.
So I think my sources are quite reliable. So that's the atmosphere out there. Reinforcements are in. I think BVI brought down someone as well. That I'm not sure of, but Antigua for sure has a giant on the rock.
Genzil, if that is so, that means that these guys are taking this tournament serious.
Definitely.
While some are just
I know you guys are both believe very spiritual, and I'll tell you that even David slew Goliath. So I will not sit here and be intimidated by the rumors or speculations of a giant being an island. But I look forward to championship basketball.
Definitely,
and I look
100%.
forward to the
Basketball.
brand of basketball getting going further and further at this time. As you see the two teams resuming play here at half court as Mr. Wilkinshire gets it to Angel for the St. Kitts Sugar Boys. Tiquan Rogers, captain, has the ball at the top of the key. And the ball stolen there by Steven Rodney, who is a tall guard and knows how to get in the passing lane easily with those long, lengthy hands. So ball still with the Shamrocks as he's abused there as he goes to the basket. Ball will remain with the Montserrat Shamrocks. Here's Jordan Ryan at the top of the key. Pump fake, and here's Magic Weeks. Jordan again brings the ball over his head, zips it down into the post, but ball a little bit hot there as Tiquan Rogers gets it across to Wilkshire for the St. Kitts team, who shoots, and the basket does not convert. It looks like 22-9 in favor of the Sugar Boys. Divvy Sweeney on the court gets it down to Robin Johnson, and here's Magic Weeks. Nice high jump shot. Jordan gets the rebound and the ball on the floor. Tiquan Rogers grabs the rebound, gets it to Cecil Angel, number 1 for Sugar Boys, who cruises and gets a layup there with about 9 minutes to go in the first half of the third place matchup. Third place championship, we call it the third place trophy, bronze medal. And Montserrat here trying to find their legs in the first half. Here's Steven Rodney pointing, calling for the screen. Puts Cecil on the screen there by Magic Weeks. Zips it down to Divvy Sweeney, who Jordan Ryan now looking for opportunity. St. Kitts is swarming at this time. No fouls as the ball is ricocheted out of bounds. Here's St. Kitts Sugar Boys, Cecil Angel, jumping and passing. Stevel stealing the ball. Here's the catalyst, Jordan Ryan, pressing a nice little soft dunk there just to get it going.
That's right. Score now is 11-24. Still a 13-point lead to the Sugar Boys. And we have Angel here passing to Captain Rogers, guarded by Stevel Rodney. Drives to the wing. Off Divi's foot, a steal.
Yes, he's well guided. There's a good pressure there by Sugar Boys. But Montserrat is not phased. Here's Robin Johnson going in the paint, trying to get that basket there. He's blocked. But is it a foul? I'm looking at the referee to see what's happening if he's going to put him in the book. It's a clean block.
Call.
All right.
But the ball remains with the Montserrat Shamrocks as they maintain possession. Here we have the inbound play, Magic Weeks to Steven Rodney at the top of the key.
Big
Drives,
guy.
passes Belboda. Good pass to Magic Weeks on the wing. She takes a mid-range shot and gets it in. Yeah, that's number 12, Magic Weeks, with a beautiful mid-range jumper, taking the score to 13 for the Montserrat Shamrocks and 24 for the Sugar Boys.
Yes, here's Tiquan Rogers for the Sugar Boys, getting into Wilkshire, who jab steps, pass fakes, goes into the lane, long three-pointer there, and Magic Weeks gets the ball. Here's Magic Weeks bringing it over the half. He's guarded by the long guard Wilkshire. Here's Stevel Rodney for the Montserrat Shamrocks, looking, breaking down the play, attacking 1-2, gets it to Robinson, but he misses, and there we go. Blocked there by Jordan Ryan. And he gets the ball, getting it over the half and back to Magic, who settles for a jump shot.
And
basket
gets
is
it
good.
in.
And
Same
that's
spot,
what we need
same place.
as Shamrocks continue to play defense, close out, get the ball, and get it back on offense, Kenford.
Yes, very well done for the night. And there's a
Another
next
block there by Jordan Ryan, who's
Um,
warming up this evening well in the first half.
And very, very good play. From the transition from defense to offense, you can see that we are converting every in that capacity coming up to the court. So that's a very good shot for the Shamrock boys this evening. I think the ball is with
Sugar
St. Kitts
Boys.
and Nevis Sugar Boys.
Absolutely, as number 8 for Wiltshire gets the ball inbounds to 14 Providence, gets it back to number 10, who is Leroy Wilkinson, and a foul there. And one situation there created there by Wilkinson, who used a little patience, nice little sky hook, created the contact with his body and used the hook. 2 points and a free throw opportunity.
Yeah, the lead was just cut down under 10 points. So let's see if the Sugar Boys can convert these free throws and get the lead back up.
So here's number 10 for St. Kitts. 3 dribbles. Takes it and he misses. Jordan Ryan gets the rebound. Very cool. Gets it to Divy Sweeney. Number 8 for the Shamrocks. Back to Stevel Rodney, who has been the playmaker thus far. Here's Stevel Rodney. Bounce pass to Divy, who is blocked, but he's flying after the rebound. Robinson getting the ball. And here's Divy chasing ball down, and the ball awarded to St. Kitts Sugar Boys after that attempt. A good attempt there, good hustle.
But I think if Divy thought that he was out from his teammate, he would have saved that, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would have.
Yes.
He would have. Here you see this St. Kitts Sugar Boys rolling the ball into the half court. Stephen Rodney on the guard. Wilshire on top of the key, who gets it down to Balboa. Pump fake, pump fast to Tiquan Rogers. Here's number 10, Wilkinson, getting the ball on the post and kicks it back out to number 8 for St. Kitts Sugar Boys. And Jordan Ryan gets the ball. Ball awarded to the Sugar Boys once again. The ball comes off the hands of Jordan Ryan.
I'd like to say good evening to the listening public near and far. To some people in England, in Preston and Manchester and Leicester, tuning in via the big bad GIU.
Yes, and we see Jordan Ryan taking the basket to the cup, trying his best to get that ball. And basket there by Divy Sweeney, fearless against Providence, who is 6'9", Divy there about 6'2", 6'1", and deciding he's going to the cup despite what comes hell or high water.
That was good defense there by Providence, but Divy very crafty with the layup, very fearless indeed.
That should have been a traveling call there, but nevertheless.
Yeah, Devon Sweeney and Magic Weeks on the fast break for the Shamrocks.
Pulls it back.
Slows down the game.
Yes.
Rodney at the top of the key settles the game. Back to Sweeney.
Who's comfortable. He's guarded by 2 guards. Here is Stevel Rodney, who lines up the 3-pointer after he rocking them to sleep. And Tiquan Rogers gets the rebound. Long pass to Balboa, who converts for 2 points in the primary break.
He has been very quiet for the last 2 games. I'm wondering if that little tough moment he went through last night is affecting him now, because he's very, very tame.
Absolutely. A blow like that would affect anyone. I don't have the injury report here this evening, but I remember the collision he had against the Antigua team twice in the second game last night, and it affected him severely. So he seems to be a little bit timid this evening, but he's still playing his offense as best as possible. Here we have Montserrat with the ball. 5 minutes left in the first half. The third place championship, the bronze medal trophy. Here's Stevel Rodney. Gets the ball down to Margic Weeks. Stevel again, passing to Divi. Tikwan Rogers reading the play and getting that fast break layup there. That's Penko getting it to Divi Sweeney. And the score now 30-17. Crossover at the top of the key.
Beautiful screen there.
And pump fake.
Very well done by Devon Sweeney, drawing that foul. And I think that's his game, That's his game. A very beautiful shooter. And he drives aggressively to the rim and draws the foul in for the Montserrat Shamrocks.
Want to encourage that type of play. I mean, that was brilliant as they waited until the St. Kitts Sugar Boys set their defense and then began to go to work. You see the crossing over, you see the pick and roll at the top of the key, the spin, the cross getting to the lane, and of course the pump fake to ensure that the defender is in the ear. That is the type of basketball we know that we play here in Montserrat, and it's good to see it live here on the court. As the time now, 4 minutes and 52 seconds left in the first half of the game, and Esdelio for St. Kitts Sugar Boys trying to get all the way to the basket, spinning that ball and going coast to coast with one pass.
Very, I would say, experienced with that little reverse layup or that spin layup. What do you call that layup, Mr. Ken?
It's a reverse.
Reverse.
Beautiful, man. He has done that quite a few times in his competition,
yes.
and every time I've seen him try it, he's got it in.
Yeah, very confident in what he's doing. So that's his little game there. As we can see now, our Shamrock boys are already in the defensive position. Number 5 for St. Kitts and Nevis, Rogers, coming up the court, goes out, and there was a call by Mr. Knight. Was that
outside, out of bounds?
Out of
bounds there by
lovely eyes, Mr. Knight.
The Sugar Boys stepping out there, and Montserrat playing a boxing one defense. I like it. They're controlling the amount of rebounds St. Kitts can get at this time, and of course St. Kitts now in what it seems to be a 3-2 defense, and they're playing that very tight as well. So Montserrat having a little challenge there. Here's Keanu Woods checking back into the game, finding the gap on the baseline.
It's good from downtown.
Yes, it is. And Tikwan Rogers bringing the ball over the half for the Sugar Boys. Well done. Here's Tikwan Rogers, who's replacing the man. Gets it down to Esdalio for St. Kitts. Big 1-2. And try to get the spin, the English on the ball. Keanu Woods passes it to Stevel Rodney. And Stevel Rodney, fearless, trying to get it over the half. So here's Stevel Rodney. Trying 1-2. Lost the ball there. And number 8, Wilshire. Getting it to Esdalio, who's doing a reverse again layup. Trying to using the rim at all times to protect that ball. And the basket scored 34-19. Sugar Boys are up. Keanu Woods now with the ball, pulls up his dribble, gets it to Robin Johnson, who spins at the top of the key and attacks right away and converts for Montserrat.
I like that player, Johnson. Very, very defensive, and also, not very good from the field with his shooting, but his presence puts any team under pressure, and that's what we need as much as possible going forward in any tournament again. We have Jordan checking back in.
Yes, checking in for Rashawn Thomas, who unfortunately has his 4th foul. So Rashawn now will be out for the remainder of this quarter. He's been playing very good minutes. And here you see St. Kitts Sugar Boys on the baseline. Wiltshire passing the ball back down to the Esdalio. Now he gets it back and goes to the cup. And Jordan puts it on the glass. Blocks there aggressively as he brings it over the half and waits for the guard, who is Stevel Rodney, who bounces back to Jordan. And Esdalio is guarding him. Here comes Keanu Woods, who's looking for an opportunity here. Lines up a 3-pointer. He dials it up.
Gets it in.
Somebody answers the call. Fantastic 3-pointer there by Keanu Woods, as the crowd seems to have some cheers for the Montserrat Shamrocks. Here's Tikwan Rogers trying to find a gap in the Montserrat defense as they play the box and one. Here's 12. Mr. Ford. Reverse layup. Never going on the side of defender. Always using the rim to protect themselves from getting the block.
And you notice he's putting his body in between him and the defense. So he can always draw that foul, if anything, after that play.
Here's Keanu Woods locking in again. And another 3-pointer. If nobody answers the phone, he's going to keep dialing and hitting that number. Well done, Keanu Woods. And that's 3 threes back to back. Here's Tiquan Rogers. Bounce penetrating with Jordan. And is there a foul under the basket?
Yes.
There's no call. It's all contact. No foul given. Ball awarded to the Montserrat Shamrocks here with 2 minutes left in the second quarter, Jaish. What are you seeing from your Montserrat boys this evening? You're just smiling in glee from ear to ear this evening. I can't believe it's the same Jaish. You've been giving us so much a chat here for the last couple of evenings. What do you think about what you're seeing this evening?
I'm seeing some Montserrat has been doing very well from the 3-pointer line. We have the score right now, 27-36. St. Kitts have drived. Their game now has changed and they're stuck in the paint. I don't see them trying much mid-range. I don't see them trying much 3-pointers. They are stuck in that paint. I think Montserrat needs to try a little bit more to defend that rim or protect that paint.
And here you see high-low by Jordan, Ryan, and Johnson working together. And Ron Johnson saying, hey, guy, I'm open. Nice target. That's getting the attention. And I like that.
Now the lead is reduced to 7 points. Very well done by the Shamrocks, who were down by quite a few in the first quarter. That's Rodney.
And pulled it back. A nice attack. I like the attack there. The forcing the St. Kitts team to get back in transition.
If executed, that play would have been beautiful.
It would have been beautiful.
If executed.
Here's Tiquan Rogers, captain for St. Kitts Sugar Boys. Top of the key. He's in that position quite often. Here's Esdalio trying to get that 3-pointer, hits the glass, and Keanu Woods gets the rebound. He bounce passes, but the ball goes off the foot of Tiquan Rogers, who reads the pass. We have to work on that pass. Like, skip that ball down the court, because if you pass it at the foot, somebody can kick it at any time.
How important is Genzel at this time for us to say that the tournament has lived up to the hype?
It is very important. It is important for several reasons, because this is just the catalyst for what is to come. We need to have tournaments like this because it does encourage our youngsters, both boys and girls, to play sports, because they know that down the road, as they continue, they will get a chance to participate in an activity that will promote not only their development, but of course the development of others. It teaches discipline. Now so you have the academic discipline and you have the professional discipline, and now you have the sports discipline. Sports discipline will now help you in other areas of your life. So it's a great thing to have this, so that the community in general can come out and see some clean entertainment. Family entertainment. And look how many families are down here watching the games for the last 5 days, and this is the activities that we want to encourage.
And you have to remember, the world is a big place, you know.
Absolutely.
It's a big place, and playing against your own is
one thing.
Yeah, but when you represent your country, when you put on that green jersey and you go on that floor and you play in front of your home crowd, it's a different feeling. And, you know, it's very important for them to understand that you're not only basketball players, but you're ambassadors for Montserrat.
Definitely.
And
absolutely.
That comes with a lot, you know what I mean? That comes with discipline, that comes with, you can't just, you're not, as Mr. Brian Andrews said, you're not just someone walking down the street in town. You're an ambassador. So
big shot there. If you're just looking at the screen, Tashawn Phillip converts on the baseline.
So that's another 3 for Montserrat. And as I said, they've been doing very well from the 3-pointer line here in this game. As Jordan blocks Belboda. Rejection indeed. And I think he will go to the line, because there's also a foul called. That's number 12 to the line for the Sugar Boys.
Yes, and foul on number 7, Keanu Woods. That's his first foul, I believe. And Keanu doing good thus far. I mean, as far as intensity in the first half, I like it. Score 36 for the Sugar Boys, 32 Shamrocks. And Montserrat definitely pulling themselves up, pulling up their boots and tying them up tight here as they press through the first half of the third place championship this evening.
Do you remember we have halftime entertainment from the dancers from MSS school? I like to shout out to MSS Posse, who have said, Coach, you haven't big us up on the airways. So I like to say to the staff and the students of the MSS secondary, good evening, and hope you're tuned in. Yes?
And I also want to say a special good night to Coach Bevan Greenaway, wherever you are on Island, sir. Good night and good evening to you. Special good night for the work you have put in over the years molding basketball players. As you see, St. Kitts trying their best to get the ball.
Good
and was
defense.
bounce pass to Deshaun Phillip. 3 seconds left, 2 seconds left. But as I was saying, the development of the players, what we're seeing today is not something that happened over 3 months ago. It's a lifetime of work. And special coach Bevan Greenaway, of course, for the work he's put in. Thank you very much. St. Kitts collects the inbound. And here's Esdalio launching a shot, hits the back of the iron. The score here, 38-32. And the Sugar Boys up with 6 points. A good game. What do you say?
I think now more than ever we need the fans. As you heard me saying before, the fans are key to the success of our Shamrock boys, getting over that line, receiving that third place trophy, and only can leave from this tournament and try to build on top of what they've learned, the experience in a competitive environment going forward.
Absolutely. Well, it's halftime now. Some halftime entertainment will definitely join the broadcast. I think we also have to say special thanks to the tourism division for the work that they've been putting on. We want to say a special invite to those persons interested to coming to Montserrat for St. Patrick's. Yes, it's Christmas time in the year, but I'm going to open the invitation now and say if you're looking for some activities around March, Montserrat will be open and be able to come down home to check us out.
I'm speaking for all the promoters, right? And St. Patrick's is going to be a different ball game this year.
2023 St. Patrick's.
I've spoken to the industry and everyone is going hard.
Tell us a little bit, not about exactly the event, but the type of events that have happened in the past. Because you've been part of the St. Patrick's current, so you can speak a little bit about what has happened in the previous.
Well, the last couple of years have been a bit slower, just coming out of COVID. But now that COVID is over and done with, everyone is coming back, and they're coming back hard. So now we have events like, the signature events of March, and on top of that now we have some newcomers coming in that have already started promoting since October and July of 2022,
Yes.
So it's gonna be really, it's gonna be different, man. There's a lot of crowd they say that they're coming down, and those who have not made it for the 60th, they're gonna be here in March. So St. Patrick's Festival 2023 is gonna be big, and I'm inviting everyone, near and far, young and elderly, to make your way down to the Rock, because there's gonna be a week where there's no sleep at all.
It seems like I have to come out of retirement because I was a DJ at once.
Yeah?
Yes. It seems like I need to come out of retirement for some of these.
Most definitely.
But even on the basketball side, there's a hint. You were talking about secrets and tricks of the trade. There may be once again the 3-on-3 tournament, which is put on by Darius and Shady, his brother Derek Brown. So that will be happening as well. And we never know, we may be just interested in putting on something at the Maba as well to complement that activity.
100%,
so there's going to be
100%.
sporting activities, there's going to be festive activities.
There's going to be nightlife, there's going to be brunches, there's going to be hikes, there's going to be tourism products.
Yeah. I know Scriber has a round the island boat cruise.
Get here.
Yes. So there's going to be activities for you, St. Patrick's, if you're looking at somewhere to be it St. Kitts, BVI, if you're in the region looking for a quick getaway, come across the Montserrat, see what you can find. You never know, the Emerald Isle has an entire island for you to explore.
I feel like doing a giveaway tonight from Chess. Giveaway tonight.
I'll have to take that up with the PRO when he comes.
I'll speak to it's Fabulous,
yes,
right?
Mr. Wade.
Fabulous and probably organize that for the next halftime.
But as you said that, it brings us to a perfect session where we can say a big up to these sponsors. We've had the government of Montserrat, Sakawinki, who's come on board. We've had Sarah, who has come on board. We had the Bank of Montserrat Limited. And I mean, this...
Shea Mango Villa Tropical Mansion Suites. So we're very grateful for all of our sponsors for bringing this together. The Maba Executive, the government of Montserrat. A lot of hands bring together.
And I'll even dare say Montserrat Secondary School, because these young men are the product of our school system. I am proud to see the discipline, how they are acting on the court, how they're corresponding with one another. I am proud of the young men. I have to stand here this evening and I see the growth, especially in Jordan. I remember when Jordan started picking up a ball in his hand.
Yeah, definitely.
I started late. I remember Teshawn when he was very young with the ball in his hand. So it's good to see the transition of these young men, and it's the importance of the youth programs in school. We had the grassroots cricket program, started several years ago. We had the football program at the Montserrat Football Association, which was a grassroots program for boys and girls. We had Montserrat mini basketball. So we need to get these youth programs, Kenford. I know you're very passionate about sports for young people. And of course, it fights against childhood obesity, a problem that we are dealing with across the Caribbean.
Across the whole world.
So, and we're noticing as things are becoming easier, we have to fight this childhood obesity at all costs. So, I definitely like the sports push in the youngsters once again.
And sports does a lot for young people. You know, like it exposes you to certain opportunities. Like as a cricketer myself, I've been to so many different Caribbean islands representing Montserrat, and not only do you network, but you develop character.
Yes.
When you go abroad and you as I said before, you wear that green jersey, you're a whole different person.
Absolutely.
You know, coming back home now, people celebrate you, people recognize you. It does a lot for a young person, and it keeps you out of trouble. It keeps you out of trouble. When a young person realizes that, if I take up this cricket bat, I take up this basketball and I do well with it, this is how I help my community, this is how I build myself as a person, and it does a lot, man. It does a lot.
If you're returning to the live stream and you're looking on court, you're seeing the Montserrat team, Steve Rodney inbounding to Teshawn Phillip, who's holding the ball patiently, gets it down to Steve Rodney, who zips it across the Keanu Woods, and gets it back to Jordan. As you see, St. Kitts has some pep in their step. But we're playing 6 passes before we get a jump shot, and Montserrat's going to burn them out if they're going to play defense like that. Here is Tiquan Rogers for St. Kitts, getting it to Baldoa, and Montserrat playing some defense. A shot there by St. Kitts, hits the back iron. Number 14, Providence in the game, gets the offensive rebound, and back to captain Tiquan Rogers, who gets it to Wilshire, who gets it to Baldoa, hits the back iron, but number 14 for St. Kitts missing that ball. And is it Mr. Robinson? Yes.
Here we have Teshawn Phillip at the top of the key, passes to Jordan, back to Teshawn, fake to the wing, into Robin Johnson, top of the key, blocked by number 14 Providence. We have number 8 Wilshire, to Captain Rogers, drives, and whistle called.
Yes, a whistle there on Teshawn Phillip, who doesn't usually collect those fouls early in the game. But I like the way that he stopped the play at this time, because he would have picked up some momentum. I can't blame him for stopping the captain before he drove to the basket.
Yes, the score is 35-38. Sugar Boys up by 3. We have Steve Rodney, Garden. Number 14 takes a jump shot from the free throw line. It does not get it in. Robin Johnson with the rebound to Steve Rodney as he passes halfway court. Phillip calls for the ball, does not get it. Steve slows down the game to Jordan on the wing, to Keanu on the wing, takes the 3 and does not get it in.
And here's Tiquan Rogers in transition.
But
a dunk attempt there by Tiquan Rogers.
I don't know if that was a block or
assist.
I don't know. But some confusion there. Jordan Ryan did have some contact on the ball, but it still went in for the layup.
Absolutely. Here's Teshawn Phillip trying to get it to Steve Rodney.
Takes the 3 and gets it in. Montserrat's doing very well from the perimeter tonight.
Score now 38-40 in 5 of the Sugar Boys. Baldoa dialing up a 3-pointer as well. Keanu Woods sails in for the rebound. Defensive rebound as Steve Rodney gets the ball. Brings it to the half. Crosses over Tiquan Rogers. He ties up the big man.
Foul call.
Yes, and a foul there on Tiquan Rogers. That's, I believe, his first foul for the game. And
that's right.
Substitutions, it looks like. There's a timeout call to cut the momentum, a strategic timeout at that time.
Right.
8 minutes.
Very, very good timeout call by coach of the Sugar Boys. Montserrat has cut that lead down to now 2 points in the third quarter. Have you guys seen a difference in the energy on the court? Is it the same strategy? Or what are you seeing from where we can stand?
Like a defensive player that can interrupt any play, any flow of any team. And as I mentioned before, is it Johnson? I'm loving Robin Johnson's energy that he has brought from since last night. It was the same, and tonight he has continued on that part. And as you can see now, he's involved in nearly 95% of that play. Now we have a 38-40 game, close. in the third quarter. And as you can see now, the families and everyone, spectators, are rolling in slowly. So fourth quarter after the third, we should have a full house.
Yes, we
shouting
should.
at our boys, giving our boys that support.
So here we have Steven Rodney, point guard for the Montserrat Shamrocks, inbounding the ball. He's 6'5" at the half line, getting it down to Jordan Ryan.
On the
Gets
wing.
it back to Steven, who top stop, get it to Jordan, who's going to look for Keanu Woods.
Key.
Nice patience.
Floater.
Floater
Jordan with the rebound.
Jordan Ryan gets the
Back
ball.
up.
Back up. Here's Keanu Woods, who gets it up, and a
And
foul
foul.
under the basket. Coach Knight signals it, sees the contact. It's going to be 2 free throws at this time.
And
Well
Keanu
played.
Woods to the line for 2 shots at the free throw line.
Well played.
Score still remains 38-40.
And you were talking about the lineup right now with Stevel being the guard. He's creating some tie-up for the Sugar Boys. I think his long arms getting into the passing lane and slowing down those big guards that Senkis has. Senkis has 2 guards there. Tiquan Rogers, who's about 6'4", but very muscular and very toned. Has a good basketball IQ. I think Stevel is able to contain him with his hands.
Definitely.
And Robin being in the post eases up the workload for Jordan and letting him be a little bit more effective offensively, as you see Baldoa for St. Kitts Sugar Boys driving, big contact, and is it an and one? Yes.
No.
He pushes off. Basket does not go in, but Baldoa goes to the line for two.
That explosive young man that I was talking about for the whole tournament, he's coming alive in spells, and as you can see, fearless in his driving through the key and going up off of the board. And he's drawn his foul, and he's at the line for his 2.
Yes, very good tournament Baldoa has had this thus far, showing up every night for the work.
Definitely.
He hasn't taken any off days.
Despite the occurrences on the court, he has been injured a few times during games, but that has not stopped him from joining back in the fourth quarter in the late game.
And he is the heart of the team at this point.
And the
as
vice
he
captain.
Scores that free throw just now. So here's Keanu Woods bringing it over the ball, relieving Stevel of a little bit of that duty to bring the ball. But a foul there by the aggressive guard of St. Kitts, and the ball will be awarded to Montserrat as Baldoa trying to get a steal there and touches the Montserrat player Keanu Woods' ball on the side. Let's see if they run an inbound play.
Is that his first foul?
Yes. First play of the game.
Yeah.
Here's Stevel Rodney, big man, on the court playing the guard. Gets it to Keanu Woods, who dribbles and attacks. The ball flies out. Unfortunately, these things happen.
Yes.
Forgive yourself and move on quickly. That's what sports teaches you. Here's Baldoa for St. Kitts Sugar Boys, bringing the ball over the hand, left hand, right hand, very good. Here is 12, reverse layup, and Robin gets the ball somehow. They're in transition. Here's Deshaun Phillip, who gets the ball in the basket. And basket good for Montserrat. Score 40 to 41. Here's Tiquan Rogers. And they're saying the ball, yes, the foul was committed as Tiquan Rogers went to the basket. The foul will be on Jordan Ryan, big man for Montserrat. And Coach Moraine actively speaking to the boys and keeping them in tune, paying attention to what's happening here and keeping his boys alive. Score 41-40. We got a ball game.
That we do. Jordan Ryan has his second foul for the game. Still has 3 more fouls. Montserrat steals the ball but goes back to St. Kitts. Baldo with that attempt, by number 12.
Providence getting the ball,
and
trying to go to the key,
Turn
and
over.
gets the ball out of bounds. So now, with 7 minutes to go in the third quarter, 41-40 in favor of the Sugar Boys. Montserrat in striking distance for a lead change, and it'd be absolutely electric if they were able to get going here.
We have official Wade. He actually wiping off the ball, noticing that there have been a few slips. So big shout out to official Jamal Wade.
Yes. So Steven Rodney getting the ball to Keanu Woods, and I see some motion here. They're going into a motion attack. Here's Steven Rodney looking for attack. Here's Stevel dialing up a 3. Unfortunately, he does not convert. And Esdalio trying his best.
Steal by Stevel Rodney.
Stevel taking on the whole team. He slows up, gets it to Keanu Woods.
Drives on the wing to
Deshaun Phillip for 3.
And he gets it in.
Is Montserrat 43-41. First
Stealing the lead
of the game. And we have a ball game with Montserrat up 2. First lead change at the third quarter in the game. Here's Baldoa looking to get it to Esdalio, who gets it back to Baldoa. Pass fake and is guarded by the big guard, Steven Rodney. But the collision there at the top of the key, free throw line extended, a foul there, and that's only the 4th foul, so it's going to be a side ball at this time. Substitutions and fresh legs coming on as we see Cecil Angel joining the St. Kitts Sugar Boys on the court.
One thing I've noticed, Genzil, the timeouts are not being used tonight like that. It's minimal.
But then today is also a low-scoring game. It's 40 points, and we're halfway through the 3rd quarter. Usually by now we'll be up by 60 or, you know.
Good observations, but what I will say is that the tournament thus far, the games at halftime have pretty much been about 40, 41. So I think going into this 3rd quarter, we are right where we need to be now. I think the pace is going to cut down, and now we're going to see some more deliberate offensive attacks, trying to get to the free throw line and so on and so forth. So I like what I'm seeing from both coaching teams, St. Kitts and Montserrat, managing their players well, keeping them locked into the game. I see some movement on the court, and I like where we are at this point of the time. 41-43 in favor of Montserrat Shamrocks.
Rodney following the captain. He's not getting the ball.
Cecil Angel get the ball to Baldo. Here's Tiquan Rogers. Here's Robin. Robin guarding Cecil. Tiquan Rogers at the top of the key. 7 seconds on the shot clock. He's going to go to the course, all the way to the paint. He doesn't hit the basket. He throws it off the number 11 for St. Kitts.
Boyd.
Mr. Boyd.
Here we have Steva Rodney on the inbound play. We wait. And it's to Kiana Woods.
Kiana Woods has the ball. Brings it over the half.
Guarded by Baldoda, vice captain of Sugar Boys. Stevel on the wing.
Telling Jordan to go in the post. Here's the shot.
On the wing. Takes the 3. Steva Rodney. Just shorts.
Yes, and here's Tiquan Rogers in attack. He is trying Kiana Woods as a block there, but they're calling a foul. Who's the foul on? Looks like the foul is going to be on Stevel. That's not a bad call.
I think the foul was on Teshawn Phillip. From where I'm standing, I'm not official, but from where I'm standing, I think Teshawn was the one who committed the foul. But I think it was called on Stevel Rodney.
You have to, as the Montserrat team managing the fouls much better this evening, and I like what I'm seeing as Robin and Stevel and Jordan seem to be controlling that rebound game that is happening under the basket. Here's Tiquan Rogers lining up for a free throw. He converts, score now 42-43, and 5 minutes 37 seconds left in this the 3rd quarter actually.
Do you remember you can still make your way down to the Little Bay Play Multipurpose Center, because we have an interesting championship game coming up against the BVI Skillful Ballers and the Antigua Wadadli Elites. And
plus their reinforcements.
Plus some new weapon in the kit. But someone asked me today, who am I rooting for? And I am just neutral. And I keep saying that I'm neutral.
I can say who I'm rooting for. I am rooting every night. I'm rooting for basketball. I'm rooting for basketball because at the end of the day, we've come a long way.
We have.
And we do not appreciate the work that has been put in by members of this country. I want to say a special good night to the leadership teams of the several different governments who've pushed sports as an agenda. We have sports tourism active and well again, and there are several persons in the community who are able to benefit from the thought process. So I say good night to them and continue to support sports.
And you know what, Genzo? I would like to say a special good night to the volunteers.
Yes.
The volunteers who love basketball in Montserrat. They're the ones that they don't ask for nothing. They just come. They break the ice. They pack the coolers. They clean the court. I would like to say a special good night.
If I told you the other day I came down here and the president was packing a cooler and cleaning up, and I was saying, "Wow,
lead from the front."
And I'm saying, "Prezi," he said, "Yes, you got to do it." So special shout out to Gilmore Williams and the crew. Well done, sir. Basketball is back and is here in live and living color.
And the stadium is filling up nicely. I see the Antigua team.
I don't know if you can see it, but I see the giant. You see the giant?
No.
I see the Wadadli Elites entering the facility, and the BVI Skillful Ballers will soon be attending. I didn't see any giant. Here's Stephen Rodney.
He sat down.
Woods.
But I saw the giant.
Kiana Woods lines up, dials up a 3-pointer.
It is good.
It is good. Montserrat Shamrocks warming up. I think the volcano is glowing here down at the basketball court this evening. Here is Baldoa getting the ball back to Tiquan Rogers. Bounce pass to the big man Lloyd at the top of the key, who gets it back to Tiquan Rogers, who's slapping it off the glass.
Lovely drive.
Finds
by
a
the
way
captain,
to get
yes.
under that basket and remain committed. 45-46 with Montserrat Shamrocks still in the lead. Keanu Woods
Top of the
attacking,
key.
bringing him up. He dials up another one. A little
Just
air ball,
short.
short a little bit, but here is Boyd trying to push the pace as he goes coast to coast, hits the glass. Keanu Woods and Thomas Rashawn gets the ball. Deshaun Phillip collides with the St. Kitts player, and there's no foul called. The ball is the travel
Traveling.
with Teshawn there. The ball awarded to the St. Kitts Sugar Boys. And Stevel talking to his players as Taquan Rogers brings the ball. Here's the big man getting it to Baldo, who sleeps on the baseline to get that sweep, and the basket is good.
Another lead change here. We have St. Kitts Sugar Boys back up by 1. Score is 47-46. And here we have Teshawn Phillip at the top of the key. Passing to Steva Rodney on the wing. Back to Magic Weeks.
Who spins around, gets it to Stevel. Crossover, spinning, getting it back to Magic Weeks. 9 seconds on the shot clock. He's going to try to see if he can go to the cup. Keanu Woods lining up and attacking. Foul on
Foul
a three-point
called
shooter there.
by Balboda of the Sugar Boys. Number 3. And I think this is his second.
Yes, foul on the ground. Signal
second
there.
indeed.
But guess what happens? That foul is 1 away from the bonus opportunity. As you see, St. Kitts has 4 fouls there up on the board. Special good night and welcome to commentary, Mr. Andre Daly joining us in the booth. How are you, Andre, and what's going on the court?
Good evening, Jonathan. Good evening,
Saka Winky.
Winky. Yes.
You know
good
what?
evening.
No one recognizes me anymore by Jahesh, you know.
Sadwani.
It's a very interesting game tonight, though.
Yes.
Very good game. And as promised, the finals is nail biter. Coming, the traffic was just like I'm driving around in London. It was very
Beautiful, beautiful drive by Rodney. Beautiful. Uses his height, uses his long arms, and just gets it in for Montserrat as there's another lead change here in the third quarter with just about 4 minutes remaining. It's now 48-47, and here's Steva Rodney at the free throw line. So, well, let's see if he can convert this to a 3-point play.
Absolutely. You were saying, Mr.
Yes,
Daly.
the atmosphere is really electric on the outside, and especially the crowd is coming in. As you see, the stadium is being filled quite quickly because people want to come out and support the Montserrat team, especially in this game where after losing to St. Kitts a few nights ago, we have something to prove to them that we are at that standard and quality also.
Absolutely. As you see, a foul under the basket there, Rashawn Thomas.
That's his 4th.
Gets his 4th foul, and he'll be getting a substitution. In comes Jordan Ryan to replace Rashawn and bring some stability back into the defense. You see number 11 for St. Kitts. He's going to be taking some free throws as both teams are now in the bonus. Number 11 is Mr. Antonio Boyd, and he's going to line up at the cherry stripe for 2 shots. So here's Antonio, spins the ball catches the ball, takes 2-3 hard dribbles, squares up and releases, hits the front of the iron, basket goes in.
What's your free throw preparation? Like, how do you take 2 dribbles and spin the ball? What do you do, Jensen?
First of all, I look at where I'm shooting. I don't really have a count. I balance the ball on my fingertips and bring it over my forehead, and then flick similar to what Mr. Boyd is doing, and that is why I think he's making his free throws.
Because this reminded me of you at the free throw line.
Yes, and the 2 free throws, they're successful. Definitely, he has been practicing that free throw routine, and he is sticking to what he knows works for him. Here you see Keanu Woods crossing over and bringing the ball up the court. St. Kitts still in a 3-2 defense. Keanu trying his best to get the ball into the game, but a player is on the floor. It's Baldoa again. And he seems to be on the court as the physiotherapist is going to try to check him out there quickly. Montserrat being called in to have a conversation with their coach, and the physiotherapist is also called to check out what's happening with the young man there for St. Kitts as he comes to his feet, a little bit shaken there as he received the blow. Ball is awarded to Montserrat, and 3 minutes and 50 seconds left in the third quarter of the game. So Jaish, what is your highlight thus far with this game? What are you seeing as it relates to between these two teams and their energy?
I think both teams are playing very good defense. You know, Munster has been very successful from the three-pointer line. St. Kitts not so much, but they have been very dominant in the paint. So I think both teams are playing at their strengths. The players are, well, you can see the chemistry on the court. The 5 for Munster, the 5 for St. Kitts, they have that chemistry. And I'm seeing more substitutions from the Munster side. So there's a lot more resting for the 5. So I think there's some improvement there. They're definitely playing good basketball, both teams. And may the best team win.
Absolutely. And if you're watching and you see a video or a clip that you like very well, tag MNI Shamrocks, hashtag MNI Shamrocks, and post that picture on Instagram. You never know what you might get a chance to win. So here's Taquan Rogers, bounce pass to Wilkinson, who had a good rest for the game thus far. Back to Taquan Rogers, bounce pass into the post, who zips it into the big man for St. Kitts. A foul called, yes, a foul called, and ball awarded to Montserrat. Not sure what the call is about. The ball awarded to Montserrat. Looks like he stepped out of bounds. So here's Teshawn Phillip bringing the ball over the cup. And Teshawn going to bring it up into the front court. He's guarded by Cesar Angel. Drive. Lane of high. 2 points for the Montserrat Shamrocks. Score now 51
to 50.
Yes, 51 to 50.
Yet another lead change here in the third quarter.
Rebound,
Rodney with the rebound. To
Teshawn
Phillip. Steal by Angel.
Who's trying to get around. Here's Taquan Rogers who's going to drive. He pump fakes. Jordan Ryan gets the ball.
Good defense by Jordan Ryan there.
Gets the ball to Magic Weeks, who they're now getting it across to Stephen Rodney, who's going.
Drives, spins, back to Teshawn Phillip on the three-pointer line, 4-3. And
Magic Weeks gets the ball. Back to Jordan. Jump stop, and he's hooking. Basket, Magic Weeks.
Put back. Beautiful.
52-51. Lead change for the Shamrocks. Montserrat is giving them a fight this evening. Here's Taquan Rogers putting his body between him and the ball. Here's Keanu Woods flying out. And back of the iron, here's Magic Weeks going up. And 12 for St. Kitts. Big man there. Very easy on the glass. Soft hands.
With
2-point conversion.
Every possession, there's a lead change at this point. And you can see this is another lead change as St. Kitts moves on to 53 and 52 Shamrocks.
Here's the man for Teshawn Phillip. Gets it to Jordan Ryan, who gets out of the key. Keanu Woods dials up a 3. A little bit long. The ball goes out of bounds and back to St. Kitts at this time. Yes. You're watching in amazement. You're rocking in your chair.
Yes,
Say something to the people.
I'm watching those YouTube viewers. We have over 350 people on YouTube right now. I'm guessing watching from various parts of the world. So if you want to shout out, just shout out your people and we'll shout them up for you wherever you are based and residing. We're really glad that you're here watching with us. And do you want to take it back on the court?
Absolutely.
That's his third foul. That's Jordan Ryan's third foul.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We see substitutions here with Jazik Weeks coming into the game. And
he's in for Steva Rodney. Or is it he's in for Teshawn Phillip?
Yes, Teshawn Phillip checking out and leaving Steva Rodney on the court.
Here we have Angel at the line taking 2 free throws. St. Kitts are in a bonus. Let's see if you can convert for the Sugar Boys.
Bends his knees, flicks his wrist. First basket is good. Score now. Fifth moving to 54.
52.
Wipes off his shoes. Very responsible for his court safety. Taking the opportunity to slow down, take some deep breaths, and stay locked into what's happening. 1 minute, 50 seconds left in the third quarter. Hits the back iron. Jordan trying to get the rebound, but St. Kitts gets the ball. Cecil trying to get the ball again. And here comes number 8 for St. Kitts, who gets it to Taquan Rogers, who's long on the ball. And
rebounded by Jordan.
Yes.
And passes to Keanu Wood as he passes the halfway line to Magic Weeks. Drives in. Good pass to Jazik and a finish.
Basket is good.
That is good basketball by the Montserrat Shamrocks. Good board movement, and they convert to tie the game at 54.
Yes, here they're attacking. St. Kitts on the right, and a foul there. Who is the foul on?
Number 5 again. That's Jordan Ryan with 4 fouls almost at the end of the third quarter.
He's going to have to play through with these fouls going forward. One more quarter remaining. I think Coach Vakel may give him a substitution at this time. So here's Robin Johnson, who's going to come in at this time for Jordan Ryan. And number 8 for St. Kitts on the line. First shot is good. Score now 55-54. Favor of the Sugar Boys. 8.
Jordan Ryan might have to take a page out of number 4 from BVI Tyson's book and be very careful with the defense that he plays in the paint.
Here is Keanu
Rebound
Woods.
by Keanu Woods.
Gets it to
Magic Weeks.
Gets it to
Jazik
Jazik
Weeks over the half to Jordan with the alley hoop and cannot get it in. Ball slipped out of Jordan's hands.
Good attempt there. It looks like some substitutions on the court. Here you see Divy Sweeney checking in for
Steven
Rodney. And Montserrat moving to a smaller lineup. Very interesting point of the game. They're going to increase the pace here with 1 minute remaining in the third quarter. St. Kitts trying to get into the post. And here's number 8 floating in. But St. Kitts again.
Tipped in by number 12 of
Yes.
St. Kitts.
Tipped in by number 12.
Providence.
No. Number 12 is...
Number 12 is Ford. Jamal
Here's
Ford.
to Jazik Weeks. Pump fake. And a foul should be called.
And
Basket
gets
is
it
good.
in. And gets it in. Score is 57-56.
Referee Katie, Mr. Knight, are having a conversation with Jazik Weeks and must tell him, remember that he is in control of this game. So only the captain should be talking to the referee at all times. And I like Mr. Knight keeping the guys. Yes, it's a third place championship, but let's play ball. So here's Cecil Angel to Edalio for St. Kitts Sugar Boys, who takes a big 1-2, gets his own rebound.
Blocked
Blocked
by
there
Keanu Woods.
But
the
he's
ball
back up.
bounces in thanks to number 12, Jamal Ford.
He's playing. So here's
Using his
Jazik
height.
Weeks, who's going to push the tempo, try to get the ball down.
Stolen by Ford. And
Stolen
number
by
4,
Ford.
St. Kitts loses the ball.
13
Good defense
seconds.
there by Magic Weeks on the fast break from the Montserrat Shamrocks.
13 seconds here left in the third quarter. If you're nearby, the time on Montserrat 7:27. If you need some clean family entertainment, come on down to the Montserrat Basketball Sports Center and check out the third place matchup. One more quarter in this matchup. Your home Shamrocks versus the St. Kitts Sugar Boys. So yes, 4 seconds in the
number
third quarter.
10 loses the ball. Leroy Wilkinson.
Leroy Wilkinson.
Ball
Here,
now for the Montserrat Shamrocks.
Shamrocks ball.
Here on the attack, we have Jazik Weeks passes to Devon Sweeney on the 3-point line. And
Gets the iron.
gets his rebound, takes it in again.
Little
and
shot.
does not get it to go.
Good
At
try.
the end here, the third, we have 59-56.
Absolutely.
Very,
59-56.
very, very good game. A very good third quarter. Montserrat kept up the pace with the St. Kitts Sugar Boys. There was no great lead increases, just lead changes. I got to say good evening to everyone over in Sugar City, St. Kitts, watching the basketball right here in Montserrat, supporting your players, you know, and as they compete here in the under 26
Under 26 tournament.
Yes, good to have you. And everyone over in Antigua, there's a few people shouting out players over here in Montserrat. So it's good to know we have a good fan base, not only in attendance, but in virtual attendance. So it's going to be interesting to see and read the comments that they would put up in the final quarter as they watch along to our commentary.
Janish, what you would say about the crowd this evening as we approach the fourth quarter in the third place matchup for the championship?
Well, as Ken said, it's the fourth quarter coming up now, and the stadium is slowly getting full. I think we have a full house here tonight, and it's going to be much more people in here when we have the final game, BVI versus the Wadadli Elites. What do you think the coaches are saying down there on the court for Team Montserrat and Team St. Kitts? What do you think the discussions are going into the fourth quarter with the score being so close, 59-56?
I think they're saying don't let them off the hook, continue play the game as they're playing it. St. Kitts is exactly who we think they are. We know the abilities of the players. We just have to contain and continue to score. Scoring, we must push scoring, and we must close out on defense. I see Mr. George Green, former Vice President and member of the National Basketball Association. We have to say special good night to these members, and of course current Vice President, special good night to Randolph Lewis, and for the work that they are putting in behind the scenes. Of course, the President, Mr. Gilmore Williams, who is very passionate about basketball and has been leading operations on the ground.
Back to the game, we have the Sugar Boys, number 8, drives hard, and number 12 with a putback.
Yes.
Very well done by Jamal Ford, number 12. I think he's been very efficient tonight with these putbacks and rebounds for the Sugar Boys. 3-pointer here, and gets it in is Teshawn Phillip once again. The score is 61-59 with just about 9.5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter.
Yes,
just a 2-point lead.
The Shamrocks do have quite a bit of shooters in their lineup this evening, as you see number 10 for St. Kitts answering Mr. Leroy Wilkinson, getting that ball in the basket easily. Here's 7, Keanu Woods, a.k.a. Veggie, with the ball. Gets it to Teshawn Phillip.
On the wing.
St. Kitts
Screen set by
3-2 zone. Gets it to Margic Wheat, who attacks the post and the basket in the hoop and out there by the Sugar Boys. Attack and 2-point conversion there for Sugar Boys once again. Score now 65-59, and special good night to our support at ZJB and of course GIU for bringing this live link to you across the entire world. Here is Keanu Woods, gets into Divvy Sweeney. Divvy, dribble, long 3-point attempt. Rebound by Robinson, and the ball there rebounded by Leroy for St. Kitts, and Cecil Angel brings it over in transition. Score 65-59. Here is Wilkshire, gets the ball down into the hands of number 4 for St. Kitts. Rebound by Teshawn Phillip, and they are getting the ball over the court slowly. Montserrat has to slow down the pace of the game to maximize what they wanted to, as they see Divvy Sweeney trying to do a scoop layup there. That did not work. And here is Teshawn Phillip playing defense the full length of the court, and Esdalio getting an opportunity there for a 3-point attempt as he pump fakes and gets the basket.
Saved by Phillip, saving it back to the St. Kitts.
He thought that one of his players was there. He actually tried to save the play to get the ball back in transition. Probably might have been able to let it go and just slow down the pace. We definitely see that St. Kitts is trying to push the tempo. We have to slow down the tempo of these Sugar Boys to be able to keep up. So yes, first attempt there for Estalio. He misses the shot, and he has one more chance at the cherry stripe to shoot. He lines up, takes 2 dribbles, watch the basket, flicks his wrist. Second shot is good, a horn there, and we see legs coming in the fourth quarter. Steven Rodney, Jordan Ryan on the court, a little bit early, 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. We pray that they can control themselves as it relates to the defensive pressure on the court. Here is Teshawn Phillip over the half, guarded by Cecil Angel, looking for Robin. Robin can't control the ball. St. Kitts gets the ball. Here is number 8 for St. Kitts, playing with pace. Basket is good. Score now 68-59 with St. Kitts in a lead.
Well, this is the time that Montserrat needs to implement their plan to not let St. Kitts get too far ahead and make some points. And that's a good tip in from Robin.
Yes.
Brings the score closer, 61-68.
61-68, balls in the hand of Mr. Esdalio, who is contacting young, Keanu Woods there. Keanu, he had to fall to get the charge instead of fall back. He has to actually get the charge and fall on the floor to get the charge down, then back up as if he was not there originally. But he gets the 2 points back, bringing the score down to 63-70 with 7 minutes left in the fourth game. If you're looking for some basketball action, your Shamrocks are taking on the Sugar Boys in an interesting matchup, as you see St. Kitts trying their best to keep up the pace and push that agenda of scoring quickly within the half. We have some special comments this evening. We want to say good night to our online watchers who are on the GIU link, and of course those who are following us on 88.3 and 95.5. Steven Rodney driving, getting it to Robin. Robin gets it in with 7 seconds left in the shot clock. 65-72. Need some ball pressure now as Steven Rodney, long hands, is on Cecil Angel, a tall guard. So tall guard versus a tall guard. Screen on the ball. Ball down on the hands of Esdalio for St. Kitts, who is getting it to 4, who leans, and 12 is crashing and doing what it feels like as he's a big man, small forward. We got to get the bodies on those St. Kitts players. Here we go. Veggie crossing over. Robin at the top of the key. Pass fake, pass fake. Here is Steven Rodney trying his best to get the ball into the hands of Keanu Woods, who dials up a 3. Splash. Here is
needed by the Montserrat to just remain in this game. We got 5 minutes left. What strategy do you think is gonna make the fortunes change so that Montserrat could be ahead?
They have to keep slowing down the speed. It's not about speed, it's about execution. As you see, Keanu Woods coming to Stevel to collect the ball. Who gets it back to Stevel? Turnover there? No. Teshawn dials up a 3, hits the back iron. Jordan Ryan trying to get the ball, but Cecil Angel gets the ball, and he's going coast to coast. Who's going to get it to? None other than number 8 for St. Kitts. Ball now with the Shamrocks. Score 76-68. 5 minutes remaining in the 4th place contest, or the 3rd place contest. Here's Steven Rodney. Bounce pass to Keanu Woods, who lines up for 3. Traveling called by the referee from St. Kitts, and a timeout for the Shamrocks.
Yes, it's been a very, very, very lovely 4th quarter. We've got St. Kitts leading 76 to Montserrat 68. Big up everyone online who are bigging up Montserrat. You know, I see the flags flying across the screen. Now I see the St. Kitts flags flying across the screen. So big up everyone. You know what? I gotta congratulate and commend and big up our production team, because I was thinking we have some very good production that's going out to the whole world, and I think the oldest person in the production team is probably about 30. So we have very good talent right here in Montserrat in production. I would like to see them in some other arenas.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as the basketball continues to improve across the Caribbean, especially in the Leewards, we look forward to us starting to travel and do these types of productions. That's where we have to get going to, sharing the information and pulling our resources so that we can get the best product. Here we see St. Kitts lining up for an inbound with about 5 minutes left here in the 4th quarter of the 3rd place championship. And St. Kitts now with the ball. Tiquan Rogers, guarded by our very own Chazik Weeks, number 2. And he's guarding right up on the ball. Screen on the ball by the St. Kitts player, who gets it to Esdalio on the baseline, who's going back middle. And here comes Chazik, who is swarming Tiquan Rogers, looking to drive to the post. And here's 8, just trying to get an opportunity to get the ball on the basket, but that doesn't convert. Number 8, Fearless, taking his jump shot, back on defense, and here come the Shamrocks. Here's Jazik Weeks, number 2, bounce pass to Keanu Woods, and he's going to pass it back to who? Who's calling for it? Steven Rodney calling for it, and here's Krista Moraine just checking into the game and converts.
Very good chemistry between Steven and Kristen.
Absolutely,
we've
2
got
points.
Rogers coming at the top of the key. Now he passes to Esdale.
Esdale down to the post. He swung. Jordan gets the ball, looking for an opportunity. They tried to cut the pace. They're in a break. Here's Jazik Weeks, who's getting it back to Steven Rodney, who's looking for a shooter at this time, who's looking for a screen by.
And there's a bump and trip. There's a foul on Moraine. And as you said, this is the time to execute. I was looking for some execution. Just a bit of a mistake there, nothing to worry about, but I was looking for that execution just now because Rodney seemed that he had something up his sleeve.
Score now 78-70 in favor of the Sugar Boys as St. Kitts inbounds the ball. Here is Tiquan Rogers, captain for St. Kitts, who gets the ball over the half. He's guided by Jazik Weeks. Esdalio for St. Kitts, traveling there on Esdalio, and the ball awarded to the Shamrocks as he drives to the paint and meets Keanu Woods, who's planted, and therefore the ball has to go to the Montserrat Shamrocks at this point. Here is Jazik getting into Keanu Woods. Risky business as he floats a soft pass there. Keanu's going to go all the way to the coop.
He gets an open lane, he tries, he misses, He thinks he should have been called. However, nothing's happening. Rogers drives down now and is stripped by Weeks, who passes to Ryan, who's up in the air.
And Jordan catches the body as Ford jumps in the highlight reel, and Jordan puts him in the photo book. So
and
yes,
the crowd is upbeat. Esdale on the baseline goes
and
up,
Jordan
and
is
that
fouled.
Is his fifth.
Yes.
And there'll be a change since Montserrat now has lost its main score point maker. However, we're not out of the game. We got a 6-point lead to chase, and who would they replace Ryan with?
Robin has checked into the game. Robin Johnson has checked into the game. He'll be fine.
Very good substitution.
Very good substitution at this time.
With
With
defense and that rebound.
3 minutes left here in the game. I think it's anybody's ball game. Here's Esdalio, who dials up a free throw. He connects, and he remains calm and composed at the free throw line. Second free throw attempt. 2 dribbles. Esdalio once again. Basket is good.
And we've got a
substitutions here as Baldoa checks in for Esdalio. Montserrat now will inbound the ball. Here's Krista Moraine. Passes into Jazik Weeks, who follows the ball up the court. And Tiquan Rogers picks him up at half court. Gets the ball to Christum. And Steven Rodney controls the ball as he has a small guard on him. He's going to dial up, looking to see how he can get an offensive attack. He gets it down to Krista Moraine, who has that ball. He zips the pass across between 2 guards, Kiana Woods and Jazik Weeks, and we were not sure, I think, who was to collect the ball. Here's Tiquan Rogers bringing it over for St. Kitts. Dribble attack by the big man for St. Kitts, number 12, who's come to life now with Jordan coming out of the game. Here's Jazik passing it into Robin to Jazik, yes, and Jazik gets it over the half, and it's a ball game to Kiana Woods, who is swarmed. Ball awarded to Montserrat as the 2 guards come up and trap on Keanu.
Yes, and the lead now is 82 to St. Kitts, 72 to Montserrat, and Montserrat is fighting to stay in this. They've got 2 minutes 35 left. They need to get a couple quick points and make a turnaround if they want to walk away victorious.
Yes, Steven Rodney getting it to Keanu Woods on the baseline. Basket's good. Keanu Woods getting fouled with that baseline jump shot there, and he's going to the line for a 3-point attempt.
Yes, that's fouled by Wilkinson, St. Kitts, and there's an opportunity now to increase the pointing. We've got 75 right now. One more, we get 76, and Keanu Woods is a fairly decent free throw shooter.
Absolutely.
However, this time around, bounces off the top of the ring. We got the rebound with Robin, and he's wrestling for the ball, and he's
a foul there on Robin Johnson, and the official from St. Kitts sees a little hard work on the baseline there from the Montserrat player, a little bit of roughness, and he puts Robin into the book as Baldoa collects the ball for St. Kitts. So here's Baldoa to Tiquan Rogers, captain to captain, vice captain to captain rather, and a screen called up. Here comes the number 10. Who's going to react? Ball ricocheting off the front of the rim. Tiquan Rogers playing a little bit tough there, but Jazik Weeks gets it to Steven Rodney, and he converts. Foul at the basket, and they're going to get a chance again to score while the clock stops. The crowd in here has built up nicely. Pollard, welcome back to the commentary booth as you see the action developing before our very eyes.
Well, I told you that it was important for the Montserrat crowd to come out and support the Shamrock boys. This is helping them with the momentum, and this game is going to go right down to the end. You know what I mean? It's going to be exciting. It's going to be nail-biting right down to the end.
Absolutely. Here we have Montserrat converting, and now steal again by Steven Rodney, who's spinning, getting to Jazik Weeks, and it's basketball.
It's a 3-point game now.
3-point game. Tiquan Rogers has the ball for St. Kitts, and here's the Shamrocks playing some defense.
Wilkinson, and a foul is called on Wilkinson for that screen.
No, he puts the foul on Jazik. He puts the foul on Jazik, and the ball now will be awarded to St. Kitts.
Montserrat seems to be in.
Bonus, and 2 shots there for Tiquan Rogers. Score 82-79 as Tiquan Rogers, captain for St. Kitts, recognizes the time of the game and is going to put his body on the line, getting that foul, and 2 shots there for Tiquan Rogers.
I guess there's a bit of, I don't want to call what's happening out there outside.
The crowd is demotivating.
Yeah, they're booing.
The crowd is not pleased.
They're booing.
Well,
It's the nature of basketball. It's the nature of basketball.
Rogers sinks the
The
first
shot.
one.
Yes.
Yesterday evening he wasn't so accurate in his game. He was missing a lot from the free throw line. So this evening he's got to make up for that. He waits patiently.
Here's Tiquan Rogers lining up again. Back iron.
And he misses.
Christian Moraine gets the ball. Christian looking for the open man. Tiquan Rogers gets the ball. He's the captain. He knows the time of the day. He gets it to Steven Rodney. Here comes Steven. And a collision in the air. Foul there by St. Kitts team. And I think Steven will get a chance to inbound the ball on the baseline and run an inbound play. I see the referees looking at the bench.
What do you think about St. Kitts' defense at this time with 1 minute 50, 1 minute 45? You see them more double teaming, they're attacking. They don't really concern about the foul. They just want to stop the ball.
They want to manage the time. They want to score without time moving, and they want to also stay ahead. So they're doing a lot of activity there on the line. They have to be careful because you're not really supposed to move too much on the line while the players have the ball in his hand. So they must be careful at this point. But the first free throw attempt there missed, and I know Steven is going to try to lock himself in and get this one. Is very important with 1 minute 45 left in the game.
Yes, it's crunch time. 4 points. It's not a lot. It's crunch time. Everyone should have their A game now. Diving for everything and making shots. Which Steven misses his second, and Angel has the ball.
Yes.
What just come down? Do you think the press should be harder? Passes to number 1 Angel, and
Cecil Angel
Rodney
foul there by
collides with
Steven
him
Rodney.
and sends him to the line.
Yeah. Foul there by Steven Rodney, number 11 for Montserrat. And Angel will go to the line to score, try to shoot some free throws. The team should be lining up. Yes, teams are lining up at this time. As you see, Robin Johnson in the game. You have Keanu Woods in the game. And Steven Rodney. And a timeout there by the St. Kitts team as Coach Philip, a.k.a. Ghost, brings in the Sugar Boys to have a conversation about the plan going forward. Pollard is here just smiling from ear to ear. Pollard, you have a joy about you this evening. Tell me what it is that is bringing the joy to your heart.
Well, just the standard of basketball and the fact that this is like carnival in here tonight. There's the seats are filled to capacity.
Yes.
You know, it's like a Sunday juve. It's like a juve inside here. It's like carnival in here. I'm looking around and I'm seeing different faces that I haven't seen in a while. People that don't even come out, and Lime is out here. It's a mix. It's you know what I mean?
And for Montserrat.
Christians, people who goes, different. From all walks of life. All walks of life.
And representatives from all villages. I see Salem here.
Salem.
I see Woodland, St. Peter's
yes.
here. I
people
see
from England.
Yes.
People from England.
Traveled in, yes.
Traveled in just to be here.
So a lot of persons here at the indoor stadium this evening. And again, kudos to the facility managers who have taken the time and the effort to maintain this facility, and even those who created this opportunity to be playing under the shade.
Last night I asked one of the referees from Antigua. His name is Buju. And I asked him about the facility, give me his review. And he said, we need one of these in Antigua. Well, I was lit up in the face from ear to ear with my smile.
Absolutely. As you see, Montserrat getting the rebound. Cecil Angel unable to convert. Bounce pass. And number 10 for St. Kitts gets the steal, and Tiquan Rogers has the ball. Is it a trap? They're going a trap on Tiquan Rogers in the court. Here's Steven Rodney, who gets it back to the Montserrat player, who gets it back to St. Kitts. And now we're swarming. Tiquan Rogers gets it to 10, who gets it to 11. Bodies in the air, and Teshawn Phillip gets the ball. Down to Steven Rodney. The ball is hot, and that goes out of bounds.
He loses
What
it.
a 30 seconds of basketball getting a little bit sticky here, and the crowd is cheering and ooh and ah as you hear the crowd.
You could
having that
feel
excitement.
it in the building. If you're not here, come on down. And if you're on your way, listen, drive carefully. This is some exciting stuff.
But coming up next, the main event.
The main event.
Between the BVI Skillful Ballers
Yeah.
and the Wadadli Elites. Let's get it right. Not the Antigua Elites. The Wadadli Elites. As we see Keanu Woods dial up a three-pointer there. And it's good. And 50 seconds left in this game. Here is Teshawn Phillip guarding Tiquan Rogers. And a steal by Keanu Woods, who's going with his body to the basket. And here comes, yes, Christian Moraine gets right within striking distance. It's a press. It is a press.
The game is good.
The game is still good. There's 38 seconds on the clock. Cecil Angel for St. Kitts brings the ball over to Baldoa, who skips it down to number 10, who dunks and gets the ball in the basket, breaks down that press and gets the ball in. Christian Moraine gets the ball down to Keanu Woods, who dials up a three-pointer again.
He misses.
He misses, and St. Kitts has the ball. 20 seconds left in the game.
20 seconds.
They're putting the hands in the ball in the hands of the captain, Tiquan Rogers. The ball is stopped with 18 seconds left in the fourth quarter. They're up by 4, but this has definitely been a ball game. The crowd erupting to life. I thought I was checking the seismic meter, and I think I seen Ray raging on the Richter scale.
Listen, this.
So these 18 seconds, how would you play them?
Oh, it has to be tight. It can't be loose. It has to be very tight. As you see St. Kitts getting the ball in there, and they're counting down. Is it going to be a foul? A foul on Baldoa by Keanu Woods, who decides by any means necessary, looking like Malcolm X out there.
Yes, this is a very technical strategy to approach it as, because even though you foul, if the opponent scores, it means that you got to go down and score also and try to get the steal to try to get up on him.
Absolutely. Foul there committed by the Montserrat Shamrocks, and we see timeouts there as Coach Phillip, Mr. Ghost for the St. Kitts team, the Sugar Boys, calling his guys in to have a conversation about the modus operandi going forward.
What the mission is.
What the mission is.
What the mission is.
We defend it.
We're defending.
Absolutely. And a very fitting song, I must say, at this time of the game. As you see Coach Moraine speaking to his boys and keeping them locked in. I mean, it's a critical element of the game right now. It's, time is under a minute, and the score now, 4-point difference. Anything could happen.
And I think the Shamrocks, they really and truly want to get this win. They really and truly want to get this win. And it's going to be important as well for, what happens in the building tonight. We need to be on that podium. Just saying that from a supporter standpoint of the Shamrocks and someone who resides in Montserrat. And so tonight is going to be one exciting night. So come on down to the Little Bay Multipurpose Center. If you're on your way, it's 13.6 seconds left in the fourth quarter, the finals of the league. You know what I mean?
On the 26.
On the 26 invitational.
Yes,
So yes, well, he had Keanu Woods foul out just now. He committed 5 fouls, played hard all game. Unfortunately, committed the foul, and he's out. Good foul though, because misses the St. Kitts guard, vice captain misses the ball, and we see checking into the game, Rashawn Fenton, who is number 10 and is very lethal with a 3-pointer as well.
He is a champion.
Yes, he is.
Under 35 champion.
Bonus collected.
10 points on the shot on the clock. Foul on number 3. And that's Devani Sweeney committing that foul, putting Baldoa back on the free throw line.
And it's 9 seconds, only 4 seconds came off the clock.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't know how useful, and you guys are the basketball analysts. I don't know how useful a foul is at this moment.
Well, it slows the pace because it also put pressures on the shooter also. So you could be lucky. It's just that you gotta be able to get that rebound if he misses, or score also if he scores. And he misses.
And he misses.
Because the pressure is on, and he has the weight of the team on his shoulders.
Indeed.
We see number 3 for St. Kitts, Baldoa, lining over the free throw line, trying to get a free throw out of these 4 shots he's got. He's taking his time, taking 2 dribbles. He's a little bit antsy there. Takes the second shot, and he converts this time around. Here's Coach Knight. Gets it to Davis Sweeney. Davis Sweeney has the ball. He gets off Baldoa easily. He gets it to Christian Moraine, who looks for an open man. Gets it to Robin, who looks for Teshawn Phillip, who hoists a 3-pointer. And at the end of 4 exhilarating quarters of basketball, the St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys victorious and have won the 3rd place trophy in this the Montserrat Amateur Basketball Association Under 26
What a game
tournament.
Right down to the end.
Yes,
Right down to the
gotta
wire.
say, big up to the St. Kitts team. They've came and they've put their all in it, and they got 3rd place. I gotta say, super big up to the Montserrat team, because we hosted one of the greatest tournaments Montserrat has seen for a very long time, and we got to participate, and there's no way then up from the bottom.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
Yeah,
So listeners, as we allow you to get yourself down to the sports center, and those who are watching online, we're going to give you a brief moment to take in the activities, get a drink, get something to eat, and we'll sign off from here. See you soon, just 10 or 15 minutes, and we'll be bringing you championship basketball at this time. So get something to drink, get something to eat, come on into the sports center, and we'll see you here shortly.
Chained, branded, dehumanized. Sometimes I wonder if you ever wonder about the life and times of your black slave ancestor, about the journey, the horror, the evil, that boat ride from Africa. Yeah, man. Sometimes I wonder. Back-breaking labor, casual murder, torture, the vicious beatings and constant hunger. Sometimes I wonder if you ever wonder what plantation living was really like for your black slave ancestor.
The Government Information Unit, GIU, is the communications arm of the Government of Montserrat. We serve as the official platform for news and information for and about the government's ministries and departments. We develop information products on government's policies, programs, projects, and activities, which are then channeled through various communication platforms. GIU, your official source for news and information on the government of Montserrat.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Sometimes you just can't catch a break from this thing they call jealousy and hate. You have some people, no matter what you do, without reason, they just don't like you, especially if you're young and gifted. Their minds won't change until you're dead. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. If you don't laugh with them, if you don't talk with them, if you don't sleep with them, you're a problem. If you don't bow to them, if you don't worship them, if you don't crawl to them, you're a problem. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
That approved COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective. This message was brought to you from the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. It is not possible for the vaccine to change your DNA. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. Those who already had COVID-19 should still get vaccinated. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARFA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. You cannot get COVID-19 from the vaccine. None of the current vaccines contain the live virus that causes COVID-19. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARFA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. There is no vaccine microchip, and the COVID-19 vaccine track people or gather personal information into a database. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARFA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health.
The Government Information Unit, GIU, is the communications arm of the Government of Montserrat. We serve as the official platform for news and information for and about the government's ministries and departments. We develop information products on government's policies, programs, projects, and activities, which are then channeled through various communication platforms. GIU, your official source for news and information on the Government of Montserrat.
Listen to the ocean and you will hear a cry for help. The ocean is hurting and we are the source of the hurt. But we can stop and start to heal our ocean by preventing pollution from getting into our waterways. It can start with you. Join an active organization, or better yet, make a personal commitment. Commit not for just one day in the year, but for the rest of your life. Let's dispose of our plastic and other waste responsibly, and let's start building resilience. Let the healing begin.
This message is brought to you by the OECS Commission with funding from the Government of Norway. Remlit, tackling ocean pollution from tooth to sooth.
To the rhythm, people just move to the rhythm. People move to the sound of the rhythm. People move to the sound of the bass. The sound of the rhythm and the bass. Every time the summer out the place. You see, the sound of the rhythm and the bass. Every time the summer out the place. GT, let me hear that bass.
Yo, 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 I say who that girl there? Who that girl over there? That big, big body girl there. This girl ya bad. Enough. The way how she just tick-tock, tick. Enough. Bend over like she dropped something. Enough. I want to take a wine, but this girl ya bad enough. Hear what she tell me.
You think you can handle? You think you can handle this? You think you can handle? You think you can handle this?
Watch how me go handle. Watch how me go handle this. Watch how me go handle this. Make a mistake. Bumper rolling, boom, the thing causing an earthquake. Everybody clear the way she causing my destruction. She had the hottest and the baddest girl me ever buck up on. This girl ya bad. Enough. The way how she just tick-tock, tick. Enough. Bend over like she dropped something. Enough. I want to take a wine, but this girl ya bad enough. Hear what she tell me.
You think you can handle? You think you can handle this? You think you can handle? You think you can handle this?
Watch how me go handle. Watch how me go handle this. Watch how me go handle this. Don't run away. Don't run away, baby. Don't run away. Come for the walk now, baby. Don't run away. Don't run away, baby. Don't run away. Come for the walk now, baby. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. That bumper go get it. Position and set it. I hope you don't break it, baby. You getting on what? See? You causing a frenzy. The way you're rolling your bouncy. Gee. This girl ya bad. Enough. The way how she just tick-tock, tick. Enough. Bend over like she dropped something. Enough. I want to take a wine, but this girl ya bad enough. Hear what she tell me.
You think you can handle? You think you can handle this? You think you can
can handle? You think you can handle this?
Watch how me go handle. Watch how me go handle this. Watch how me go handle this. Don't run away. Don't run away, baby. Don't run away. Come for the what now, baby? Don't run away. Don't run away, baby. Don't run away. Come for the what now, baby?
Festival has come of age, 60 years of playing mass. All those who participate, you have made this a touch of class. Justin, Hero and Edna, talented trailblazers, Kaiso and Queen competitions. Clifford Chewy designer, Cable and Wireless sponsor, Dennis Hilton, Cedric and Morgan. 60 years of Kaiso, can't forget my TRO, Caribbean Soca champion. Happy birthday, festival day, 60 years fun and mass we making. Happy birthday, hip hip hooray, 60 years we now celebrating. This year plenty bacchanal, soca, kaiso and more. We got the greatest festival, there's plenty mass, so rich in galore. See the big drums rolling, and the bottom shaking. Man and woman going on bad. Day and night they fetting, and jamming till morning. Montserrat is the hardest hard. Down by Little Baby lining, festival a good feeling. If you miss this, you must be mad. Happy birthday, festival day, 60 years fun and mass we making. Happy birthday, hip hip hooray, 60 years we now celebrating. Parade spectacular, everybody having fun. Pretty costumes in splendor, eating food and we drinking rum. Masquerade and so merry, hearing a sweet iron band. John Bull and Miss Goosey.
Good evening, and we are back here live at the Little Bay Multi Complex Center for the championship game between the Wadadli Elites versus the BVI Skillful Ballers. And I'm telling you, if you're not here, you need to get here right away. The crowd is building outside. People, you have fans coming in from left, right, and center. Sometimes you even see them coming in through the window. That's how exciting this game is right about now. And as if you're watching, you can see now that you have the BVI Skillful Ballers right in front of me here, and far away you have the Wadadli Elites. And I've seen some new faces. Shows that at this moment of the competition, these guys are not holding up. They have brought in some reinforcements. The Wadadli Elites have brought in some reinforcement, and that's the number, I see a number 22. And for the BVI BVI Skillful Ballers, they have added a player. So now, is it 1 or 2? They have added 2 players. Am I seeing right? Yes, they've added 2 players.
I'm looking.
So it's not 5 anymore. Right here, right?
Oh,
here, right?
BVI. Yes, it's 2 players. It's 2
so
players.
Imagine
I'm seeing
them
2
with
players.
5. So now they have additional firepower going forward. What kind of game you think that we're going to see tonight between these 2 teams?
Listen, I'm looking at the new addition to the Wadadli Elites. I'm looking at number 22, who is even taller than number 30, who is the center for the Wadadli Elites. And also, I'm looking at there's another individual that joined as well. He's number, is it number 35?
No, I think he's been here. He's been here for.
I think there's
that Shepherd. That's Ryan Shepherd.
Ryan Shepherd.
Yeah.
So, is it the addition to both teams 2 individuals or is it 1?
I'm looking at. I'm seeing.
I'm looking.
I'm seeing 2.
You're seeing 2 for each team. Yes.
Oh no.
Number 23. Is it number 23?
23 has.
For Wadadli Elites.
No, that's Shaheem Omad.
That's Shaheem Omad.
So I think because they're moving around and the numbers are not so clear, I think they have added 1 player.
So I think it's very important for us to get the updated teams.
Yes.
You know, it's very important. We're going to send a runner to get that. But I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the 2 teams, and I know it's going to be. They're going to put their heart on the line tonight because this is the championship game. This is what we all have been waiting for. This is the big show. You know, the facility is packed. I could tell you that. I looked over the balcony a while ago and realized we even have more people on the outside because the seating facility is filled to capacity. There's hardly spaces on the benches. You know what I mean? So this promises to be a very exciting game. The good thing about it is that it now gives the supporters the chance to pick a side because our home team, which is the Shamrocks, are not in the final. So we're gonna see the different supporters picking different sides. We know that the BVI Skillful Ballers, they were viewed as the underdog due to the fact that they had small numbers. The new addition does not give them a larger bench to say because I think it's just the addition of 2 persons. But the Antigua, the Wadadli Elites, their bench is filled to capacity, so they have a bit more of versatility when it comes to subbing.
And look, as you can see, they brought the big man, the big center.
Big man is starting.
Right.
Number 22.
So they're not wasting any time bringing on their player. And tonight, I would like to see that I would like to see what answer they have for Mr. Antoine Robinson. For me, not being biased, one of the guys who is challenging for the MVP for the BVI Skillful Ballers, Antoine Robinson, has an average in the evenings of 38 to 40 points on the board. And so I want to see, but also the Wadadli Elites have beaten the BVI Skillful Ballers. So this is a matchup that the BVI Skillful Ballers, they have to answer that call because they're down 1-0.
And also, remember the Wadadli Elites defeated the BVI Skillful Ballers without the reinforcement that came in today.
That's true.
So, but the great thing about it, the coaches had the opportunity to see the teams play not only against each other, but against the Montserrat Shamrocks and also against the Sinkits Nevis Sugar Boys.
Well, Lord, I'm seeing something very interesting here. Those guys just reversible jerseys, and it was black, and now they turn it around. It's white and orange. I love that.
I'm loving that. I'm loving that as well.
Yes,
I'm loving that as well.
So it's like
because both teams would have been in black.
Yes. So now we're getting ready for one of our main event. Not our main event. It's the final of the Under 26 Invitational Basketball League right here in the Emerald Isle, 1664. And tonight, it's the BVI Skillful Ballers and the Antigua Wadadli Elites in the final.
For the cup. This is for the trophy.
And I'm wondering, in the crowd, which of these teams has the majority of the fans?
I would say, the BVI Elite, the BVI Skillful Ballers, sorry. Yeah. I think so because they had a following leading up straight throughout the league. And the supporters looked at them as having an impossible task based on the fact that they only had 5 players.
I know we're off. Jaden Andrew on the top of the key goes out. Can't see that number. Try his 3-point attempt. And he missed. We have now Hodge. Is that Hodge?
Yes, that's
Jacqueline Hodge goes out to Mitchum. Mitchum is inside, guarded by Broa. He tips the ball. He's looking for that foul. And now it goes up with young Jordan Andrew going up. 34 driving inside with a reverse, but he missed. And that big man, number 22, pick it up, put it out, up off the rim, goes back now. And Jacqueline Hodge brings the ball down, slowing down the pace a little. And we're waiting for this man and the ball, one of the most exciting player, Jacqueline Antoine Robinson. He went up for the 3. 1. The big man, 22, he's guarded. And right away, there's a good matchup between Andrew Mitchum and the young man, the number 22 for Antigua Elites. This is going to be an interesting match. 2 giants inside of there, not holding back so early in the game. And as I can see on that jersey from here, the Antigua Elites, Youths on Fire. I like that motto. Youths on Fire. You know?
That's the BVI. The BVI Skillful Ballers, Youths on Fire.
Youths on Fire.
Youths on Fire.
That ball is that out of bound or a foul called by our official Liebird? I think.
What I'm looking at is the comparison in height of number 22 and also number 4 for the Skillful Ballers. Shaquille Tyson.
Yes. So far we have Antoine driving in, and that's the first converted basket inside of our final tonight. That goes to the Skillful Ballers, and the ball is being turned out, driven in by number 14. Is that number 14? Number 8, Jordan Andrew has the ball, goes back out, tries for 3, and that 3 has echoed from Zachariah, one of our players in this match. Very good player, very good skillful player as well. So there's a matchup on the line, very good dribble, goes up, post, and he's been stripped by that big man again, number 22. I'm just waiting for those dunks, those dunks tonight, because you can see. And young Andrew goes up thinking that he draws a foul. Is that Tyson with the ball coming out? Yes. And Fai with the ball sitting a simple screen for Antoine Robinson. Antoine Robinson has this thing that he slows you down and then he shifts his shoulders and he's not afraid to go up.
And
yes. And so now the score is 3-4, 3 to the Elites and 4 to the Skillful Ballers, and that's a 3-pointer attempt from outside from young Zachariah. Jaquan Hodge with the ball on the top. Antoine Robinson going in, doing his thing inside, well guarded. Number 10 Mitchum picks it up, goes up, and a put back up
by number 9.
By number 9, which is Jaquan Hodge.
Jaquan Hodge.
Yes. So we have an interesting match right here. If you're not here, tune in. If you're overseas, keep yourself tuned and locked in for a spectacle at number 22. He went up for a shot inside of the key and not successful, unsuccessful. And that's a steal from the Elites, and that's a steal again. Antoine having the ball, driving, putting his head down, coming up, taking away, drawing 2 players at a time. On the top of the key, this man has been an excellent 3-point shooter throughout of the whole match, or the tournament. Yes. Yep. Number 4, Tyson, and Antoine goes up, hitting the rim. Lovely rebound by young Zachariah, who puts it up, and that's the first dunk for the night. And as I said, this man
easy. That was quite easy. No effort. Absolutely no effort.
See that guy? I'm looking up at him there. We're midgets to this guy.
I know, but I'm just 5'5" in comparison to a 6'9".
Yes. We're now joined by Coach Daly. Coach Daly, you're here with us, and as you can see, interesting matchup.
It's a start of the championship
game.
And we're here already.
Yes.
Flew so fast. 5 days.
5 days. 5 days of exciting, action-packed basketball.
Yes. We got number 10 driving and to the underarm reverse layup.
Remy Brewer.
Number 30.
And I want him to come up big tonight. I'm looking for his response. I'm not taking anything away from both teams, but I'm just excited about the whole setup of the both teams with the young players. We might look and see that these guys are so tall, but we must remember these guys are on the 26. Some players here like young, I think it's Jaquan Hodge is 17.
Well, when I was listening to Byron, Dr. Byron Andrews speaking, he was talking about the age, the age of the different players within his team, and he said most of them are 20. The oldest person in his squad is way down, maybe 23, 22.
Yes.
So there's a lot more youth within them, and a bit of promise.
Yes.
So the possibilities for their careers are endless.
Yes. Who number 22 for Antigua?
Are we waiting for the name of this player?
Because I'm seeing a few players on the BVI bench suited up. But I see the regular 5 that has been playing for the tournament on the floor. Number 8 Andrews drives and he makes it. It's now Elites 9 and the BVI Skillful Ballers 9. We've got 4 minutes and 39 seconds left in the first quarter. We've got Robinson at the top of the key, passes to Fai, and Fai lines up for the 3. Will he make it? No, he bounces off the top of the ring. Rebound by Antigua. Number 8 Andrews passes the ball to number 22, who does a layup.
And his name is here. Good response from our team. Our team are working endlessly, and I think is Jermaine Charles. So that's Jermaine. Is it Jermaine Charles? So Mr. Charles, 22 for the Wadadli Elites, and he's in.
Yes, as a starting lineup and making an impact early, and the game is not really no big difference. But now we've seen a sub number 2 for the BVI coming in. We await the names.
Okay.
And Robinson has the ball at the top of the key, guarded by 8 Andrews. Drives to the left, then to the right, passes to number 3 Fai, who goes up, and the shot clock violation, so the ball turns over to the Antigua Wadadli Elites. So we have Jason Rhymes just in for the BVI number 2, and Andrews is dribbling up passes to Brewer, who passes to number 22 Charles, and collects the foul from the big man for the BVI, Tyson.
Yes, and I can say again, if you're not here, you're missing. It's good to be live, because when you're live in any sports arena, the energy
is different.
And as I'm waiting to see which crowd has the fan base. You know, our Shamrock boys came up a little bit short tonight, and so I know the fans are here to enjoy basketball at the same time. So
well, we're just 3 minutes and 47 seconds in the first quarter, and
Mr. Charles goes up for his free throw, and he converted his free throw. Yes, it's 9 for the
Ballers.
Skillful
And
ballers.
the Elites are 12 with 3 minutes and 41 seconds on the clock. Antoine Robinson. Is that Antoine? Oh, he looks like Antoine from here,
Rhymes,
but that's Rhymes, Jason Rhymes. And they have a fast break and a lovely layup.
That's
a lovely,
Bodie?
yes.
Bodie back in number 14.
No, yes, lovely layup.
And this is steal by Andrews. Drives, passes to Bodie under 3. Drives and passes out. However, passes a bit wild to Zachariah.
Overpassing. Why didn't he drive inside that key and try to
Well,
do a
he
six
saw
layup?
Zachariah, who is their 3-point specialist, out on the 3 waving. So
Indeed.
just a bit of a mispass. However, Antigua being in the lead, 14 points to the Ballers' 9 points. The Ballers have called a timeout to discuss things. They don't want this to get too far ahead in terms of lead. So they're just settling down. Game has just started. They've got a bit of time, and they also got to discuss Tyson's foul issues for the past couple of days. Make sure that his head is straight so that he can, stay clear of fouls for this evening.
Do you think now that because of the win that the Antigua Wadadli Elites had before, they know what things to put in place? Like the coach would say, hey, listen, Byron would say, no, listen, make sure that inside of the key we're doing some proper defense, and as soon as we get that ball, just get it up.
Well, yeah, the Antigua Elites have the extra confidence now. However, they've got one addition to their team who the BVI haven't seen playing for the whole tournament, and the BVI has 2 players that the Antigua hasn't. So now the dynamics have changed a bit. However, if they stick to their game plan, it could come out favorable for them.
Yes.
We've got Robinson at the top of the key passes now. 2 Rhymes in the corner, shows it a bit off the 3-point. Now Andrews drives down, looks up, sees Zachariah, puts up alley-oop for number 22, Charles, who just puts that in. And you can see these guys have a chemistry different to the other players.
And you notice that ball seemed like it had wings. It stayed up in the air quite a long while because they're using the height of
and Robinson for the BVI drove through the middle with big man 22 in and laid it in.
Yes.
So Robinson is feeling good this evening.
Yes.
A bit of an overthrow, stepping on the lines, and the ball goes to the BVI Skillful Ballers. We've got 2 minutes 26 left in the first quarter, and Hodge is back in.
And we have a game.
Yes, he's giving Mitchum a break. So it's a smaller team now against Antigua Elites, the Wadadli Elites.
Yes.
So this is something we look out to see how the small guys handle the bigger guys now of the Elites.
The Giants.
Got Robinson coming, drive through, and he's blocked, and the ball goes out of bounds. BVI retains possession.
And I love to see the movements of the BVI players still. This guy, look at his movement.
It's like
Antoine.
He's a replica.
Antoine Robinson, the movement that's
it's a replica style.
I'm wondering.
But you get that when you have players playing in a similar environment.
But that's exactly what I was going to say, because when we had the conversation with some of the members of the Skillful Ballers, they said that they play regularly together, even on the street.
Okay.
You know?
And there's a turnover again, and
it's the second 3-point attempt by Rhymes. He's probably trying to find his footing, but we have Zachariah who bangs it in from 3, showing him how it's done on the multicultural center court. I mean, Zachariah has been here for a couple of days. Teach Rhymes what to do. We've got Robinson now being guarded by Zachariah. Robinson goes up for the 3, bounces off the ring, and the rebound goes to Antigua, who drives down the board. They're not holding back this evening. We've got Bodie now with the ball, goes across, bounces off the ring, tipped away by Fahy, back to Bodie, now into Charles in the middle, passes back out on the wing to Zachariah, and we've got a call. It's a 3-second
3-second violation.
Under the key.
We haven't had much of that in this tournament, and I am kind of glad that these young guys have learned the game, some aspect of the game, the simple fundamentals of the game so far, and we're having a contest.
Yes, and it's going to be interesting to see how the BVI really handles Wadadli. Because, you know, they haven't won against them. They played them, Wadadli won. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes forward. And we've got Rhymes grimacing. He got a bump on his shoulder.
Yes.
I don't think that should be something to call the physio for. However, he just shake it off and continue his game. We've got Andrews now at the top, being guarded by Robinson, who's all over him. We've got Brewer passing long to Zachariah, the three-pointer, and he bounces off the ring. He almost grabs it. Yes, he gets his rebound.
Yes.
Drives now to the board. He's also dangerous that way, and he makes it. And the Elites have a 10-point lead over the Skillful Ballers, and the Ballers are taking it slow, taking it easy, saving their energy. And we've got a double team by Robinson. He tries to get through. However, it's getting scrappy, and everyone is on the ground.
Watch the applause from the Wadadli Elites. They know that they're onto something here with an early 10-point lead, and that's normal. That's not normal to say against the Skillful Ballers. And we're looking at something here tonight. Could this be a 2-0?
Well,
could it be?
It could be. It could be. It could be. And I'm saying good evening to the fans in the BVI tuned in, watching your boys. We've got a hard foul there on Zachariah, who goes down on the floor. We've got Rhymes putting up his hands, saying, yes, it's me. And Zachariah is back up. He goes to, it's Brody. Brody is back up, goes to the free throw line. And we've got 1 minute 19 seconds in the first quarter with a 10-point lead to the Wadadli Elites. Got to say good evening to all the Wadadli fans tuned in, locked on. We've got about 400 people on the YouTube. Lovely. So, you know, we're creating a buzz. And I think by tomorrow we will have all those views from, you know, around the world where, you know, people who love basketball would watch.
Well, let's do it like this, because we are looking at the live chat. Let me say good night to all the Wadadli Elite supporters. Let's see the Antiguan flags in the chat if you're supporting the Wadadli Elites. And also if you're supporting the BVI Skillful Ballers, represent with your flag as well.
Light it up, light it up.
Light it up, light it up, light it up.
That's a turnover. These things we haven't seen much inside of these games. So,
well, this is where the pressure is.
Yes.
This is it's actually the finals. And we have a steal. No, we don't have a steal. We have Andrews passing now to Bro, who lines up, passes to Brody, throws it up because the time is done for the first quarter. And the score is 22 to the Wadadli Elites, 11 to the Skillful Ballers. We've got a great game here lined up for this evening. Do you want to say anything to us fans and the sponsors? And
okay, I'd like to say special kudos to the government of Montserrat, who has facilitated this initiative. Again, to the MABA team, I'd like to say thank you very much for having us and putting on something of this magnitude throughout for the 5 days, making sure everything is there for us as well, making sure that the entertainment is there for the fans, and making sure that our people abroad can see what's going on in Montserrat. I like to say a special mention to Flo. We're still here, and everyone's seeing us, and I don't think we had a problem with the live being stuck, no?
Never.
And
also the Bull.
And Bull. Oh, how can we forget Bull? Oh my, let's not go much. We don't want.
Keeping
and
us
Sarah.
split.
And Sarah.
And also Caribbean Alliance Insurance. Indeed.
And for the lovely just the environment, guys.
Yeah.
The environment.
Fans.
I look forward.
For the fans who came out every night to support.
Fans and look at us now. Look at the stadium.
Look at the stadium.
Packed. You cannot see now. I think a camera down there. It shows that people are standing
in the morning.
Yeah.
And then outside.
Outside is a whole different.
We still got people at the windows.
And the windows.
Yes.
I see a flag.
That's a big one.
A flag. And on that side. I hope the cameras can zoom into that flag all the way over there. And you have so many VIPs in the building. Some who was up not to come into the VIP section, but they're mingling inside of the crowd.
And you get the opportunity to see them when they're coming for their refreshments and to head back to their chosen seat.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'd like to say thank you very much for this.
For making this league what it is.
And the commentary board and the commentary team, I'd like to say thank you for sharing this platform with prestigious Coach Daly. I've watched you in the program, and I'll say a respect to you and your team, the Drummond's team, for winning as well. So
yes, give thanks.
Yes.
Give thanks all the time. We got now back on some court action. Robinson gets the screen, lines up for the three. Oh, it's off.
Yes.
It's not usual, but however,
yes.
it could be a sign of injury or just fatigue.
Yes.
We know we've got Brody passing to Andrews, looks for Charles. Charles line up with Tyson. Charles banks it in. Tyson needs to step up, put those hands up in the air.
Just looks up like that rim is about 36 inches now instead of 80.
Yes, but you see Tyson's a bit withdrawn as a defender. He needs to put his hands up and do some defense at least. Now we've got Tyson with the ball against Charles. It's the big man against the big man. Tyson backs in. Andrews come over to help. Tyson does with the hook. However, rebound by Zachariah, passes to Brody, lays it in, and the lead extends to 26, 15-point lead.
And I will say this again: we have not seen this type of lead against the skillful ballers.
No,
and
we've got Robinson stripped. Andrews now passing to Charles. He alone, and he bangs it in.
He bangs it in.
He bangs it in, and you can see that Tyson's legs are tired.
Yes.
Charles has fresh legs. You can see Charles left him by about two lengths. You know, we've got now Remy tries the three, doesn't get it.
And I've noticed the BVI skillful ballers, they have changed up their game. I'm not sure if because of personnel within the team or it's because of the personnel on the opposition team. What do you think, Coach?
I think they're changing the style to accommodate the new players, not per se the opposition, but because the new players are coming in. And remember, BVI has been going at it. You've got to big them up every time, going at it for 5 days, with only 5 active players. And that's not an easy feat, and they are tired. And it's showing in the game, and Antigua is taking advantage. Because this is a 5-day tournament, you should come prepared for 5 days of action. And Zachariah just bangs in another 3. That might be his 3rd or 4th of the evening.
Well, Zachariah and Andrews told us in an interview that tonight is the night.
Oh.
They told us in an interview that tonight is the night. And we're really seeing exactly what they mentioned. You know what I mean? They're playing a very aggressive style of basketball tonight. And I'm impressed by the togetherness, the gel of the actual Wadadli Elites.
Yes, and we've got a steal by Faye. Robinson passes the ball, and he draws one also.
And one.
Yes.
As I say, Antoine Robinson is fearless. No matter it's a 7-footer inside, and he still goes up, and he draws a 1-point play, as in a 3-point play. And converting his basket going into the key. So now he goes up for his free throw. He hops the ball once, twice, staying focused, bend those knees, and soft hands. And it is a
rebound by
Charles.
Yes, and Robinson is going to take it to the board, and he made Charles foul him. And if he can continue that, it may be the weakness for Charles. Let's see. Faye now with the ball. He pulls up his dribble passes. We've got Hodge now trying to get some space. However, it's tipped away by Andrews. Passes to Brody, who goes down the court, looks around, and he takes that jump shot, which he banks in. And Brody is on fire tonight. You see him blazing his guns.
And I am seeing an Antigua flag waving in the crowd. I'm saying no. Getting interesting.
Well, everyone is coming prepared.
Yes. So Antoine on the ball now, looking for that special drive. He has driving towards the basket.
However, misses.
Yes.
And what you realize that the BVI team, they're not getting that position and boxing out as they were in the previous games. And we've got that rebound by the tall man.
Charles, he's not even jumping. He's
No,
just going up.
He reaches up, grabs it, and he puts it back in. We've got a 22-point lead.
How can the skillful ballers match up against that type of center?
Well, they probably would have had a chance on fresh legs. They don't have a chance tonight. that's my what I see. They do not have a chance this evening, and it's showing in the scoreboard. And we may see an embarrassment for the skillful ballers if they're not able to pull this game back.
Okay, Lopez Adams has entered into the game, and next tall guy is at 6'9" or 6'8". Lopez, 48.
Yes, yes, he's a very tall young man.
And the number 34, Dominic Anthony, has entered into the game as well. So they are rotating the squad as much as possible tonight, giving everyone that time on the court with the lead of 22.
You know, Faye just put up a 3-point, but Faye has been very effective for the BVI, and they need to get these guys going. And Zachariah is just putting that dampening down any fire they're putting up. The BVI's flame is basically dampened. I think the coach is there on the side putting his hands up. You know, he wants the guys to change. He might have to take a timeout and regroup and figure out how they're gonna get forward. And we've got a foul from Zachariah.
And 3.
Robinson gets a chance to change the score.
Just a tick.
Yes, but they have a lot of work to do if they wanna really get back into this game. The Elites, from a very, very, very bad start, losing the first 2 games, to being now in the finals with a 20-something point lead, a 25-point lead against the team, the BVI Ballers, who ripped up the first couple of games. Yeah.
And then we have young Ronde Davis, number 27, as you can see, youthfulness in the Antigua Wadadli Elite. So they're rotating as much as they can so far in the game, and I like to see this type of game plan going forward, even giving these youngsters a game who haven't played, but every player on the Wadadli Elite team have showed up. They have showed up.
Yes, they have, and Robinson goes for the second, misses, rebound by the Wadadli Elites, number 34, and passes to Andrews, who gets the clear look, and it's tipped over. It's a goaltend. Mitchum goes up, and he knocks it away. So 2 more points, and the BVI skillful ballers are really feeling the pressure.
Yes.
However, Antigua decides that they're going to tighten it even more.
And just not to cut you, but this is Jory Joseph Lewis, the injured player. Is it him walking on the court heavily wrapped? That's what I'm seeing. Yes, he's heavily wrapped, but he is on the court. So I hope, yes, and he got his knee brace, number 5 for the skillful ballers. He's on the court, so I just hope that he would be all right going to this match.
Yes. So let's see if he. And there's another foul.
A reverse. So
Robinson.
Wow.
It's another foul that he's gathered from the big man. It's number 2 for the Antigua team.
Of Zachariah.
Oh, okay.
And that's quite a big brace for number 5.
Yes.
I'm looking at the brace.
And I hope he's all right to play. And as they mentioned, that he's the best player.
Yeah.
On the team. So
well, he must be coming with some skills.
Yes.
He must be. That's
what
Joseph Louis.
Yeah. What I'm looking at, and this is my assessment. Due to the fact that Antigua has a large bench, the pace in which they're playing, they're playing a faster paced game, and here it is that the fatigue and the stress on the the bodies of the skillful ballers from previous games, they are unable to keep up with that fast pace that they're playing. If you realize they're subbing quite often, to maintain that pressure on the BVI skillful ballers team. So the coach for the Wadadli Elites is showing some form of skill and ability and know-how to make sure that he brings the victory to the Wadadli Elites. The game is still early, too early to call. We're in the second quarter. Wadadli Elites 42, Skillful Ballers 18. 3 minutes and 56 seconds in the second quarter. It's too early to call, but we're seeing a bit of initiative and skill from the Wadadli Elites bench.
Some interesting comments online, and we'll answer that in a moment. So now we have Zachariah goes in, and a lovely one-hand reverse by number 10, Mitchum, who goes up. So now it's 20-40 with 3.3 seconds to go in the second quarter. And that was an A ball by Andrew. Was that by Andrew? So now Antoine comes up, he pulls up a three-pointer. He has missed a lovely rebound
by Tyson.
By Tyson, putting it up off the glass, getting a 2-point. And there's a timeout called
by the Elites.
The Elites. Coach Byron and his team are seeing something, so he needs to call his team to get some refresher talk inside of these young guys' minds.
And I've got to big up everyone on the chat. You're making it really interesting. You're putting in your comments, and we're just here taking it all in.
Yes, but we're not going to repeat exactly what you guys are writing. We're not going to repeat it. Just know that we're seeing it, but we're not going to repeat it.
As Pollard mentioned, just represent your flags.
Represent with your flags.
If we're not in the final, I want to see some Montserrat flags. I want to see some BVI flags. I want to see St. Kitts and Nevis, Sugar City flags, and also I want to see Wadadli flags. So please, you can indicate and show your support by your flags. And do remember, we're here at the Little Bay Multi-Purpose Center, one of the best stadiums, I must say, with a covering, lovely floor, and lovely fans, and one of the safest places in the world. On the rock, 1664. So now we're back to the game. Veteran official, Jeff Lane, passed the ball to Young Davis. Young Davis and Lopez Adams exchanging. And now ball back to Andrew. What kind of game you think Andrew has, Coach?
And Andrew being the captain, we've got 2 points there from, 2 more points from Brody, who gets back the lead up to 22, and we've got Lewis with the ball. He puts it up and he makes it. Is it behind the 3-point line? Yes, it's from behind the 3-point line.
He damaged his foot.
Yes.
He did a 360 turn, and immediately he called to the bench.
Yes,
so I'm hoping that's not anything too serious. He did
that's it. They're lifting him up. That's it.
But he can say he contributed a 3-pointer.
Yeah. And that's a bit of skill. Yes, indeed.
And you see the camaraderie between
they're lifting him all the way to the physio's table. We don't know. I must say, let me add, we don't know how smart of a decision it was to bring him back in the game when he was nursing and nerve injury.
So,
you know what I mean?
I hope
it's not worse.
Yes.
It's not worse. We hope it's not worse.
Well, he's with the genius, Mr. Kenton Weeks.
Yes, and then we see Dr. Skerritt is making a way over there as well.
Yes.
The game continues though.
2 minutes and 41 left in the second quarter. We've got Davis, and he drives to the board. What does he do? He tries to get to the Charles, but Brody picks it up, puts it up, and it hits the net. Charles takes that rebound and puts it back. And you can see there's a lack of boxing now. Charles is dominating the middle. We've got Robinson driving, puts it up. It's got Remy we've got Tyson in the middle, put it up, and it bounces off the ring. We've got a foul call on, I think it's number 48 for the Wadadli Elites.
Lopez Adams with his first foul of the match.
Yes, and the Wadadli Elites are getting close to foul trouble. They're getting close to the limit. However, they're in the lead, so they don't have to rush it or anything.
I believe it's safe to say because we're in the second quarter, and I'm looking at the distance of the scores. It's clear to say at this point that the Wadadli Elites are playing a higher level of game in comparison to the BVI skillful ballers.
And as I've mentioned earlier, they were the only team to defeat the skillful ballers. So now they're coming off a high, knowing that we have the edge over the skillful ballers. Let's put it into effect.
Plus the presence of number 22 Charles makes a big difference.
I was going to say the same thing. the addition made the Wadadli Elites way more lethal tonight.
Oh my. Anthony was looking for that foul. Antoine was looking for that foul after that skillful play.
And the ball,
goes to the Elites.
Call on the BVI for backcourt.
Okay. And that one was strange for me, but I'll leave that just there. So the ball is inbound from Rhonda Davis, who gives it a big steal by Antoine. He goes up with a double pump and gets up with that lovely shot.
Robinson is very good at that pickpocket. You do not know where he's going to put his hand. We've got Zachariah passing to Charles, who goes up for the jump shot, bounces off, rebound by the Wadadli, grabbed away by Fahi, bounces out, and the ball goes to the BVI skillful ballers. We got Rhymes coming down, faced by Zachariah. The screen is by Mitchum. Rhymes gets some space, drives to the base, and the ball stays. It's a foul on Zachariah.
He has to watch himself tonight, Coach Daly.
Yes, that's his third. And he's a very valuable player for the Elites. I've seen him pull back games with his ability to drive and his three-pointers. And I think the coaches from the Elites have pulled him off just to get a break. Antigua's leading. You can rest your legs for a minute. However, the second half is just about to start. Yeah, we've got 1 minute, 10 seconds.
And the new player, Jason Remy, is on the line. He goes up. He converted his first free throw, getting his props from his teammates coming to give him a prop. I would like to say thank you for everyone. Thanks for everyone who's online giving us some talk. I know, yes, Wadadli all the way for some of you, but
just keep the banter going. Keep the banter going. We love it here. And we've got a tie-up we're going to call, is that a headlock? But that shows Andrews, and he's the captain for the Elites?
Yes, and look at that. He didn't even say, he just stood there. He didn't resist or anything. I'm telling you, lovely sports. The Antigua team, well disciplined tonight.
Yes, big up all our neighbors over there in beautiful Wadadli. Montserrat love you all the time.
Yeah.
We have to pass through you to go anywhere. And we've got off the rim miss pass to Brody. Antigua still in possession. Brody looks for Davis, who passes back to Brody. And he passes over to Charles. Charles goes for the three. And it goes in.
Wow.
Goes in.
That form is a bit unorthodox, but it's working for him.
And we have 30 seconds plus, and the shot clock is going down. Antoine brings the ball over half court. A screen has been set. He goes, and he goes up. And tonight he's kind of off, and the ball possession is
to the Wadadli. It tipped off the fingers of Tyson out of bounds. And Wadadli has another chance to increase the lead and make it a 20-point lead going into the half. Let's see. They're running down the clock. We got less than 9 seconds. Andrews at the top of the key, looks back at the clock, he looks around, passes to Charles, and Charles is in the middle, and a traveling is called for Charles, and that was a beautiful positioning. He was perfectly in a good position. However, official Kingsley Liber decided, saw a bit of shuffling in the legs and called that traveling.
I think.
Now we've got score 29 to the BVI Skillful Ballers to 47. The Wadadli Elites is an 18-point lead going into the end of the first half.
I'm going to use this word. It's an 80-point massacre in here. Listen, I'm looking at the game and I'm realizing that the BVI Skillful Ballers, in every attempt to get to the basket, they're uneasy, they're on edge. They're put in a very uncomfortable position when they try to score, and that could only mean the level of defense and offense being played by the Wadadli Elites is superior tonight. Yes. It's clearly superior. We still have a bit more time left in the game. Miracles do happen in these days. Yes. So we don't know what could happen. But for now, how I'm looking at the game and how the Wadadli Elites are playing, I could forecast a blowout.
You're looking at
it.
I think so.
Well,
I think so.
This is.
It's very, as I said, it's very early.
Yeah, but this is not the height of the lead.
Naturally.
So the lead went up to maybe 25 or even 30. But if you see that continuation, then you could say, well, there's no coming back. However,
it's early.
They're still fighting.
But as I said, it's very early.
They're still fighting.
But I'm making this assessment based on the fact of how uncomfortable and how difficult it is for the BVI Skillful Ballers to score.
Yes.
You know, I'm seeing their
The Government Information Unit, GIU, is the communications arm of the Government of Montserrat. We serve as the official platform for news and information for and about the government's ministries and departments. We develop information products on government's policies, programs, projects, and activities, which are then channeled through various communication platforms. GIU, your official source for news and information on the Government of Montserrat.
Do you hear what I hear? Listen to the ocean, and you will hear a cry for help. The ocean is hurting, and we are the source of the hurt. But we can stop and start to heal our ocean by preventing pollution from getting into our waterways. It can start with you. Join an active organization, or better yet, make a personal commitment. Commit. Let the healing begin.
This message is brought to you by the OECS Commission with funding from the Government of Norway. Remnant.
Camp that they had.
And we have this young lady here who also a motor racer.
Yeah, she's a drag racer. Her name is Anissa Lindsay.
Yes.
Anissa Lindsay.
So she goes up for a shot side on with a one-hand jumper, and it's just a bit short.
I think we should move to the free throw line. That's gonna be interesting.
And you have Carabel Figueroa, who is a national player for football as well, you know.
And she was online just now. It's just a bit more of a push, and she would have made it in.
Yes. And I think she's the leader for the youth parliament.
Okay. Yes.
Yes. I think she's along that line.
I think she's a member of the youth parliament. I'm not remembering her position at this time.
Okay.
But she's a member of the youth parliament as well.
So now we're here, and again, we're here for the finals of the Under-26 Invitational MABA tournament, guys. And if you have just tuned in, we have the finalists, the BVI Skillful Ballers versus the Antigua Wadadli Elites. Mr. Malkia almost taking that shot. And you have 47 to the Wadadli Elites, and their fans are going crazy online. I know Wadadli 268 people, we're doing it. Big up to everybody in Pickett and the St. George's Parish, All Saints, Casada Gardens, Skerris Pastors, you name it.
Grace Farm.
Grace Farm.
We got to all my people in Piccadilly.
Yes. The BVI, big up to Old Town. My people down here, Miss Weeks, Beverly, Jermaine Simpson, big up to everyone who's tuned in. And I almost missed by young Nicholas. And the Skillful Ballers are there 29, and the Elites are 47. Okay? So we're going now to what? Free throw?
It's still
they should have a little dunk out, you know, a little semi-dunk out, you know, even semi. And young Rodney went up and he touched the glass. And I'm looking, I see the sponsors like they want to give away something.
Yeah, I think it would have been more interesting to have the females shoot from the free throw line and give them the money.
Give them the money. So you have the youngsters, and this is the future of Montserrat here. And I wish I get the chance for us to get a chance to have a grassroots program for all of these youngsters.
Well, look, so Jeremy heard us as well, because
he's calling for the females.
Jeremy Wade, you're always with a touch of class. You're hearing us from the commentary booth.
Some telepathic things going on here.
Miracles do happen.
Cheviana just throw that, come on. Okay, and I like that. Giving her a chance. Up in the ball, looks like she knows what she's doing.
And it makes it.
And that's what I'm saying.
That's $100.
The way how she just stood there. Yes. So you have her first shot. She converted her first shot from the free throw line, and now it's a halftime show as we await the Skillful Ballers and the Wadadli Elites.
Where the speed is faster, the price is better. All the way home to flow. Merit connections that bring us together, yeah.
Christmas starts the moment you go postpaid with Flow. Because when you do, you get a special discount on a smartphone. Plus, you get 15 gigabytes of data, unlimited WhatsApp, and free YouTube, and unlimited local minutes.
all the way home to flow. Flow, oh, oh. Jingle all the way home to flow, where the speed is faster and price is better. All the way home to flow, merry connections that bring us together, yeah.
Christmas starts the moment you go postpaid with Flow. Because when you do, you get a special discount on a smartphone. Plus, you get 15 gigabytes of data, unlimited WhatsApp and free YouTube, and unlimited local minutes.
All the way home to flow. Jingle all the way home to flow, where the speed is faster and price is better. All the way home to flow, merry connections that bring us together, yeah.
Christmas starts the moment you go postpaid with Flow. Because when you do, you get a special discount on a smartphone. Plus, you get 15 gigabytes of data, unlimited WhatsApp and free YouTube, and unlimited local minutes.
All the way home to flow.
The Easter relay.
Easter relay. We have the Easter relay, and also we have the DHP 3-on-3 league that usually happens in St. Patrick's as well. That's a quick one. So
maybe we could have. I mean, people could organize an invitational because 3-on-3, you will still have some of these guys from the other islands who would like to come. And if we have this facility, why not use it? We've got a lot of people overseas that are watching and show their interest. Let's all use the facilities we have to improve the basketball, not only in Montserrat, but across the region.
I think it's coming. I
think hands down we have one of the best facilities within the Leeward Islands.
Yes, definitely.
And kudos to those who saw it fit a few years ago, because I remember when this land here was just bush. And I remember when we used to be at the Bridge basketball court, where sometimes you go with piece of knee. Every night somebody going home with some kind of...
And you see the hustle and that you see on this one where players are sliding for that ball.
Slow, jingle all the way home to flow, where the speed is faster and price is better. All the way home to flow, merit connections that bring us together, yeah.
Christmas starts the moment you go postpaid with Flow. Because when you do, you get a special discount on a smartphone. Plus, you get 15 gigabytes of data, unlimited WhatsApp, and free YouTube, and unlimited local minutes.
All the way home to flow.
As when they came. So it's just what it is when you play a tournament like this, and what are the elites are taking advantage of every opportunity to make this game their game, to be the victors.
Yeah.
To be the victors in this tournament.
So yes, big man goes up with the ball. Is he stripped? Liebert called a foul. And who was that foul against there? Number 10? Number 8?
That's
Jaden
Andrews.
Andrews.
Yes.
Yes. Ball comes into Jason. Jason's on the top of the key. Try a crossover. He goes up with a jump and he misses. The ball is inbound. Foul. Yes. And young official, Jeff Lane, very experienced official, has called that foul on the baseline. So the ball is now back with Rhonda Davis, who looking for Andrew, gives it to Andrew. Andrew's coming up the court.
And 1 minute or 2 minutes have gone, and the score hasn't moved as yet. So the
Here we
defense
see a
is
drive
playing.
on the baseline, the big man for Antigua, number 22, driving, but Tyson getting the rebound, gets it to Antoine Robinson, left hand layup, he's a little bit soft on the drive there, put back. Antoine Robinson, coach, what do you think there as he gets his own rebound and staying with the play all the way through?
For tonight, so far Robinson has been very quiet, and as I asked Coach Daly before, if it's tiredness, fatigue setting in, or it's now because of what's in front of them, and it's kind of playing with their psyche.
Absolutely. Here's Antigua, number 14, Brody, lining up for 3 points on the baseline and converting, bringing the score now to 51-31 in favor of the Elite. Coach Kenford, Wadadli Elites definitely sticking to their game plan with a 20-point lead here in the third quarter. What do you think the BVI skillful ballers can do to change what's happening?
Well, at this present moment, they're really losing the battle in the sense of how the Wadadli Elites are set up with the new injection of their player, Mr. Charles. But also, are we looking, seeing what's going on? They're not answering in any areas. They're trying their best, but something is not right, and I'm wondering if it's been looked at that just as the prime example. Antoine is missing his free throws, and you know his conversion rate inside of that is about 85%.
Absolutely.
So I'm wondering if he's back there fatigue, or as I mentioned, psychologically they're out of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you're watching on the live stream on GIU or listening on ZJB, you're listening to the championship game between the Elites of Wadadli and the BVI skillful ballers. We see there the big man for Wadadli Elites, number 22, coast to coast, getting a pass and dunking that ball in transition and getting a chance to get a 3-point play there, Conford.
Yes, and it's happening throughout the whole night. They're not afraid to go up to the board anymore. They're driving, pulling that foul as much as possible. And I'm wondering how, is this the first time we're seeing Mr. Charles on the free throw line?
No, definitely not. It's not the first time.
Second? Okay, so Mr. Charles is there, yes.
And what do you say about Mr. Charles? Elites decided that at the championship level they're bringing in reinforcements. And this is what you can call in for the cavalry. Because the BVI, with all due respect, has been sharing licks to teams, and even though they have deep benches, they just have been demolishing teams. So here you see Foy, number 3, getting it to the hands of number 10, who's come to life here in the finals and scoring a few buckets here easily. The big man for the BVI. Here is Andrew, number 8 for Wadadli Elites, as he spins at the top of the key, steps back comfortable, settles into his 3-point shot, and he converts. Coach Daly.
Yes, very good match. And once again, all those watchers and viewers, hope you're enjoying the game. Put up your flags, put up your comments for your teams. We got a foul on the drive, and Fai, he goes to the free throw line to try and get some free throws. However, that alone is not going to get them back where they would like to be. They would have to play a bit more defense and be better on the offense, because they've been missing and they haven't been rebounding.
As
However,
you see,
all kudos go to the Wadadli Elites, who have really turned their hopes around in this tournament and now are vying for the championship position to be the champion here in Montserrat at this invitation. And Mitchell gets the lucky bounce.
Yes, he gets the shooter's bounce, the traditional shooter's bounce. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the third quarter of the championship game between the Wadadli Elite and, of course, the BVI Skillful Ballers, as Andrew for Wadadli Elite gets the ball into the post player, Mr. Remy, who goes aggressively to the basket and a reverse layup comfortably there, bringing the score now to 59-37. 6 minutes and 14 seconds left in the third quarter. Here's Hodge for the BVI, trying to get a layup off the glass as he cuts through the key, and Mitchum getting the rebound, and Tyson unable to collect the ball. And he's talking to Jeff Lane a little bit aggressively. A double technical for Tyson.
For the Tyson for this evening. He has let his emotions get the best of him, and we can safely say from this moment on, the fortunes of the BVI Skillful Ballers has changed, and not for the better. However, all kudos to the Wadadli Elites who came out, did what they needed to do, and think would be the champions.
And I think that's it.
Game over. Wadadli Elites are the champions. However, the BVI Skillful Ballers have a second place position that they have worked really hard for. So kudos to them also.
Absolutely, no matter what. And let's review what's been happening here over the last 3 quarters. So the first quarter, Antigua would have increased the pace of their defense, playing a lot more technical, playing a little bit harder. And then in the second quarter, you see Antigua again starting to go in that big man, drop the ball into the big man and converting in transition. And then in the third quarter, they still said, keep the pace, keep that ball pressure on the ball, resulting in a technical there by the big man Tyson. And Antigua, of course, having several bench players, BVI only walking with 5 players, 6, and sending for 1 additional player. At this point, the player decided after the double technical not to continue to play. The coach put his bag on his back, and that, of course, is the end of the match at this point. It will not continue any further.
Yes, and for all those who are tuned in on the lockdown, we've got an early end of the game. Wadadli are the champions of the Invitational, and the Skillful Ballers have defaulted. I don't know if it's a big default that they would lose their second place. However, I think it was written in stone yesterday, knowing that these 2 teams will be playing for first and second place this evening. And we should be having the prize giving ceremony.
Yes.
Hopefully
coming up next
time would be brought forward.
Yes, it's coming up next. The prize giving ceremony definitely will be coming up next, as we have a forfeit by the BVI Skillful Ballers. Wadadli Elites are the champions for the Maba Under 26 tournament for the year 2022. Kenford, what do you see about the play of these players here across the Leeward Islands and the competition? Just a little review of what you've seen over the last 5 days.
The last 5 days in a recap, just in a nutshell, from the first night until this moment, I have been enjoying myself, and the talent.
Jingle all the way home to flow, where the speed is faster and price is better. All the way home to flow, merry connections that bring us together, yeah.
Christmas starts the moment you go postpaid with Flow. Because when you do, you get a special discount on a smartphone. Plus, you get 15 gigabytes of data, unlimited WhatsApp and free YouTube, and unlimited local minutes.
All the way home to flow.
Do you hear what I hear? Listen to the ocean, and you will hear a cry for help. The ocean is hurting, and we are the source of the hurt. But we can stop and start to heal our ocean by preventing pollution from getting into our waterways. It can start with you. Join an active organization, or better yet, make a personal commitment. Commit not for just one day in the year, but for the rest of your life. Let's dispose of our plastic and other waste responsibly, and let's start building resilience. Let the healing begin.
This message is brought to you by the OECS Commission with funding from the Government of Norway. Remlit, tackling ocean pollution from turf to surf.
Stop. It's time for dinner.
It's only a little bit.
I said it's dinner time, Jason.
After that, can I have candy?
You've had enough candy for the week.
But I didn't have any today.
I said no, Jason.
But Daddy always lets me have candy.
David, I need you to help me with this. I tell Jason no candy, and he says Daddy always lets him eat candy. I'm not arguing with you. Look, all I'm saying is before you agree to something like candy or watching extra TV, ask him, what did Mommy tell you? Yeah, if this positive discipline method is going to work, we have to stick together. Okay. Alright, bye. Okay, Jason, time for dinner.
Positive discipline is most effective when both parents agree on what methods to use. Support each other and you'll be able to see improvements more consistently. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education, UNICEF, this station, and funded by UK Aid.
One of those golden apples for me?
Sure, Miss Lisa.
Can I speak to you a moment, please, Terry? Thanks, Terry. So, Renee told me that you were shouting at her, and I noticed a bruise on her left arm in class.
I've been trying to follow this positive discipline list, but she doesn't listen. I have 2 jobs, and by the time I get home, she doesn't want to go to sleep, and I can't deal with all her crying and disobedience.
I understand you must be exhausted. Does she have a routine to follow?
Not really. I make whatever is easiest as she does her homework, and I send her to bed. But she always manages to stay up for an extra 3 hours and ask 1,000,001 questions.
How about you try this? First of all, plan out all your meals for the week. Even if you're going to pick up the ingredients on the same day, knowing what you will cook will take some of the stress of wondering what to do. Then sit with her to review her homework. You guys can chat over dinner and then let her help you wash up. Give her the chance to ask questions, Terry. And make sure to ask her about her day as well. Then, when she's ready for bed, she has the chance to ask you just one more question before it's time for lights out.
That sounds like a lot of work.
In class, she asks questions all the time. It's her way of spending time with you. And I'm sure if you give her the chance to talk to you, she'll be more amenable to going to bed on time. And that means more free time for you.
So this positive discipline thing working for you?
To be honest, some days better than others. But I am getting a lot more practice seeing as he's spending most of his day with me now.
Okay, I'll give your suggestion a try.
And if you ever need someone to talk to or somebody to watch out for you while you work, I'm happy to help.
Thanks, Miss Lisa. Let me get going. I'm on to job number 2.
It's tough to care for a child when you're under stress as well. Ask a friend or family member to assist when you're having trouble coping. This message brought to you by the Ministry of Education, UNICEF, this station, and funded by UK Aid.
There is no vaccine microchip, and the COVID-19 vaccine will not track people or gather personal information into a database. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. You cannot get COVID-19 from the vaccine. None of the current vaccines contain the live virus that causes COVID-19. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. Those who already had COVID-19 should still get vaccinated. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. It is not possible for the vaccine to change your DNA. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. Researchers did not take any safety shortcuts when creating the COVID-19 vaccines. Large studies show that approved COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective. This message was brought to you from the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health.
The Government Information is the communications arm of the Government of Montserrat. We serve as the official platform for news and information for and about the government's ministries and departments. We develop information products on government's policies, programs, projects, and activities, which are then channeled through various communication platforms. GIU, your official source for news and information on the Government of Montserrat.
Vaccines protect you and they protect me. Getting vaccinated is one of the most important things you can do to keep yourself and your family safe and healthy. Once enough people are immunized, opportunities for an outbreak of disease becomes very low. And if we all choose to get vaccinated, we contribute in getting back to spending quality time with our loved ones in a safe way. Choose to get vaccinated. Vaccines bring us closer.
Vaccine safety is always a top priority. Like other vaccines, the COVID-19 vaccines being developed have been through the same trial phases and rigorous process required for all vaccines. Global efforts on the development of the vaccines are built on existing research from previous coronaviruses like MERS and SARS-1. As COVID-19 vaccines are approved for their broad use in the population, be reassured that they will continue to be monitored to identify any adverse events. Your safety is our top priority. Vaccines bring us closer. Choose to get vaccinated.
Thank you very much for taking the opportunity to come and delivering on behalf of the St. Kitts Sugar Boys, which have made us all proud as Leeward Islands citizens and nationals.
Thank you, and I hope that I don't leave my voice in Montserrat.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
So ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to bring in the halftime show, but at this moment we're going to bring in the coach for the Montserrat Shamrocks, none other than Mr. Bakel Moraine, who has had an interesting experience at the Montserrat Amateur Basketball Invitational. Mr. Moraine, we ask you to put on your headphones so we can get you ready for your interview. We welcome you to the commentary booth. As I want to say, tell us a little bit about your experience here this evening. You're a former national player. And what you see here for basketball in Montserrat.
Good night to the audience. Yes, as you say, I'm playing for Montserrat over 24 years. A lot of experience. I've seen a lot of things happening. And for this league here, what I see talent, raw talent coming together. You got a lot of teams, youngsters with a lot of potential. A lot of potential, and this is probably the gateway in terms of the other teams coming here. We going over there, exposure for the Caribbean, getting up there, getting players out, college. You know, this is just the gateway.
Absolutely, Coach. Coach Moraine, you've had 5 nights of basketball, and you've prepared these gentlemen for this tournament. Tell us about the growth you've seen in them, because it's a long journey. People see the end product, but they don't understand the journey that you have to go on with them. Tell us a little bit about the journey and how you've seen us go from strength to strength over the last 2.5 months of preparation.
Oh yes, like you said it well. It takes a lot of patience, a lot of courage, because you're talking about just run up and down, doing scrimmage, and to put in a set play, put into a system, playing structured ball is not easy. When you have a bunch of youngsters, different mentalities, and bringing those together on a nightly basis, composing them, getting them ready, it's a lot of hard work.
What I've observed as well, each night the Shamrocks improve their game. They started off with a win, and although they lost the second game, they learned from the experience, and then tonight in the final game, I saw almost like a different team, and I saw players show up and start to work. Tell us a little bit about the bench, how they fulfilled a different role this evening, because I saw a lot of energy there. Speak to the nation as they can hear, because you have your fans out there, and they're seeing the improvement in the team this evening.
Yes, we got a lot of young players. Of course, you're young, you lose, you're gonna be discouraged. Yeah, you're gonna lose it like that. It's my job to motivate you, get you back in line, and of course, in the huddles in the morning, the practice in the evening, it's getting them ready, mentally, physically, to go out there. And of course, I've given them my Vicar's experience.
Yep.
In terms of losing. For the local league, if you look out when we won the championship, is that we printed this t-shirt and it's signed simply, in order for you to win, you have first know to lose.
Yep.
Yeah. So I've given them that, and this prep talk, motivating them, trying to get them ready for a game, looking at the talent. I said, listen, you know what? We can match anybody, talent for talent. It's just that I don't know if you go on the court, we get a little jealous,
Jealous.
When we start getting the momentum going, it's probably late. And what costs us is the simple turnovers. Turnovers that cost us the game. But trust me, they're motivated. Tonight they came out. Senkis lost away the other night, and they came out tonight because, it's doing it for the nation. We fall short, yes, but it's a learning experience, and I'm hoping that they will reflect, of course, on what they need to do. And of course, I encourage them to stay gel.
Of course.
Stay gel, keep the chemistry going. And of course, if we need to get that system in, that structure in, that we could get these youngsters in a system, trust me, another tournament here or even overseas, they'll perform better than this.
And imagine now, what do you think about them playing in a crowd like this, Mr. Moraine? This is about 700 people in Montserrat. I mean, people are in Montserrat for Christmas. and they're here watching basketball again, right? The last time this happened is in 2014, where you were a national player. You played under what we call the big lights.
Yes.
So they're getting a chance now. Tell us about that experience for them and how humbling it has been, because they played local league, but now this is the mainstream, the main event.
Different stage, two different stage.
Yes.
Local versus national.
Yes.
You're talking about pride. You're talking about different level of basketball.
Yes.
And for them, as youngsters for the first time, it's double whammy. Because you're home, a lot of pressure. You don't want to fail. You go on a court. I remember my first time playing for national, I wasn't really like these guys.
Yep.
I was prepped. Because I trained in Antigua basically. I come back here, 98, made national team, and I was happy to go. Ready to go. But the energy. But I'm happy that they would have gotten this experience and they will grow from this experience. I'm telling you right now that if these guys would have another tournament tomorrow, starting tomorrow, I think that we will do justice.
I think so as well.
Justice.
I think so as well, Coach Kenford. You've been here in the booth. Anything for Coach Moraine as it relates to style of play and development here for young athletes going forward?
All right. Good evening, Mr. Moraine. Just few questions. The preparation going into the tournament.
Yes.
What was the mood inside of the camp with you as a coach getting something like this on board the 26 under 26 invitational with the young players? How was the preparation and the mood in the camp at the start of the first game, going into the first game?
Into the first game?
No, just the first game, yes.
Right. So it's a lot of prep because we do prep talk at the hotel.
Yes.
We do prep talk in practice.
Yes.
And like I said, I would have given these guys my experience vicariously in terms of this is what happened when you go to this level. This is what to expect.
Look out for.
So, it's a preparation, tell them what to expect. What do you do when under, because you remember, we're playing at home.
Yes.
And a lot of pressure gonna come. You're gonna hear your fans, you're gonna see your sisters, your brothers, everybody, mom, everybody shouting.
Yeah.
You just stay focused. I use one F word in practice. I said the only F word I want to hear use is focus. Stay focused.
Yes, very good.
Stay focused, and you get. Once you stay focused, execution of these plays. The first night on Sunday night, they came out and the mood, everybody was hyped.
Yes.
Everybody was hyped. I forecast everything to the very end. I said, listen, we gotta win the first game. The first game is like the finals.
Yep.
So play the first game like the finals.
Yep.
Once you go with that intention, with that in your mind, that you know what, this is the finals. One game, that's it.
Yep.
And that's what they really came with. If you see the whole jump, the energy, everything was up and up. And that's what I did to execute that first game.
And for your experience, what have you taken away for yourself as a coach in this environment?
And of course, again, we go focus, patience. Yeah, these are a lot of things that you need to, as a coach, you gotta have a lot of patience because everybody gonna be eating from different sides, shouting at you, But they always say, rule of thumb is that, players win game, coaches lose games.
Yes.
Yes.
And if you understand that, then you know for sure that if you win, it's gonna be the players, and if you lose, it's gonna be the coaches. So I'm willing to accept, you know what?
Yes.
But for me, going forward, this is my first time coaching at this level. I've played at this level, but it's first time coaching at this level. I've managed a team at this level, but coaching is my first time. And of course, I gotta do some reflection. And I've been doing research. You see, the thing is not easy because you gotta sit in the day, you're watching videos, you're doing researches, you're learning your players as they go along, try to compose them, try to keep them focused and execute. Of course, I'm a host right now because I've been showing.
We could hear the hoarseness in your voice. And I want to say on behalf of Montserrat and on behalf of the Montserrat Amateur Basketball Association, thank you for stepping up to the challenge because people don't understand the level of sacrifice one has to make to commit to coaching a side, any side, be it a softball side, be it a cricket side, be it football or even basketball. So I want to say first of all, thank you for the commitment of yourself, of your time, for your skill set and to bring it to the team. and then to be working with these young men, because each young man has their own individual attributes that we're trying to develop at each time. Secondly, Coach Kenford, I want to say that when Coach Moraine walked on the court, it was like a brotherhood. It was Coach Ghost from St. Kitts accepting his brother from Montserrat. It was Coach Wanga, the legend, and referee Knight saying, there's Vakel who used to be in Antigua. So he is.
I played with all of them.
He played and was a product of the Leeward Islands. Mr. Coach Moraine is a product of the Leeward Islands. Even Roland Norman was like, Mr. Moraine, the 3-point threat from Montserrat.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Yeah. And I said to these guys that when it comes to national pride, that's me.
Yes.
Anything, I put country above self. And on this level, you gotta think that you go out there, you leave it on the court.
Yes.
I said, listen, if I walk through Leeward Islands, yes, you will hear that, because you know what? I'll make my statement when I go outside of Montserrat, play for Montserrat, here in Montserrat, that's it. One shot, one kill.
One shot, one kill.
Yeah, one shot.
And the
kill.
brotherhood of the team, where together everyone achieves more. As the games progressed, we saw Montserrat evolving, because it's the first time that this team has played together. We had players, it wasn't one team that came from the league into this tournament.
It's different, yeah.
Like other teams, they had a team from a tournament and they brought them to this tournament. Montserrat decided to pull players from various teams and put them in a camp, and then after putting heat in that camp and having that energy working there, then bring them to the tournament. And I think that what we've seen is that we have players that are ready to go further within their craft. It's up to us as a nation to surround them and empower them and support them.
Yes, there's a lot of talent. There's a lot of talent on the Montserrat side. A lot of potential as well. We just need to harness that talent, bring them to a system. We get a system going, trust me. I'm telling you, I got confidence in these guys. And I've spoken to the other coaches and managers, and they say the same thing. They are attesting to the same statement. You know what? You guys got talent, a lot of talent. And some of these guys are looking to expose them as well, that they want to invitational for them to come along. They want to take these guys, give them some more exposure.
Yes.
And so I recommend that we do this thing
more often. Yeah. Coach Byron came into the studios 2 nights ago, and he said to us, boy, we played against Montserrat a couple years ago, and this is not the same Montserrat team. Montserrat, because you played them first.
Yeah, because Montserrat have never been in Antigua like this.
Yes.
And that was a shocker for Antigua.
Yes.
And of course, BVI, you know, they normally walk with their limited players, but they really trip. And we know that. They always do this triangle thing.
Yes.
You know, they walk with 2 guys and a big man, and that's the triangle. That's going to execute their things for them.
Well, Coach, I want to say thanks for coming into the studio and giving us your interview. We're going to go down to half court where they'll be presenting the trophies. Have a good night, and thanks for the hard work.
Same to you guys. Thank you very much.
Good night, Montserrat. Good night. Good night.
For 61, hold your breath. For this 68. What's it? For this 68. For this 68.
MCAP, the government. All the people get is punishment. Yes, we have serious regrets. We've never felt hardship so yet. Things so bad, the economy real crippled. We need a relief for poor people. Cost of living just keeps getting worse. And it's the poor man who feels it the most. I'm telling you, we can't cope. We've lost hope. We have no confidence in this MCAP government. People losing their hope. Some can't service their loan. Man can't pay their rent. High inflation and unemployment. We can't cope. We've lost hope. We have no confidence in this MCAP government. Time for change. We want change in government. Can you feel it? Tell me, can you feel the pressure? Oh, projects left by PDM, MCAP sabotage them. Can't build a safe harbor with half a breakwater. Road projects in reverse gear. Leave the roads in disrepair. Hot mix plant baby rain. The hospital now delayed. We can't cope. We've lost hope. We have no confidence in this MCAP government.
Jingle all the way home to flow, where the speed is faster and price is better. All the way home to flow, memory connections that bring us together, yeah.
Christmas starts the moment you go postpaid with Flow. Because when you do, you get a special discount on a smartphone. Plus, you get 15 gigabytes of data, unlimited WhatsApp and free YouTube, and unlimited local minutes.
All the way home to flow.
Do you hear what I hear? Listen to the ocean and you will hear a cry for help. The ocean is hurting and we are the source of the hurt. But we can stop and start to heal our ocean by preventing pollution from getting into our waterways. It can start with you. Join an active organization, or better yet, make a personal commitment. Commit not for just one day in the year, but for the rest of your life. Let's dispose of our plastic and other waste responsibly. And let's start building resilience. Let the healing begin.
This message is brought to you by the OECS Commission with funding from the Government of Norway. Remlit, tackling ocean pollution from tooth to sooth.
Stop. It's time for dinner.
It's only a little bit.
I said it's dinner time, Jason.
After that, can I have candy?
You've had enough candy for the week.
But I didn't have any today.
I said no, Jason.
But Daddy always lets me have candy.
David, I need you to help me with this. I tell Jason no candy, and he says Daddy always lets him eat candy. I'm not arguing with you. Look, all I'm saying is before you agree to something like candy or watching extra TV, ask him, what did Mommy tell you? Yeah, if this positive discipline method is going to work, we have to stick together. Okay. Alright, bye. Okay, Jason, time for dinner.
Positive discipline is most effective when both parents agree on what methods to use. Support each other and you'll be able to see improvements more consistently. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education, UNICEF, this station, and funded by UK Aid.
One of those golden apples for me?
Sure, Miss Lisa.
Can I speak to you a moment, please, Terry? Thanks, Terry. So, Renee told me that you were shouting at her, and I noticed a bruise on her left arm in class.
I've been trying to follow this positive discipline list, but she doesn't listen. I have 2 jobs, and by the time I get home, she doesn't want to go to sleep, and I can't deal with all her crying and disobedience.
I understand you must be exhausted. Does she have a routine to follow?
Not really. I make whatever is easiest as she does her homework, and I send her to bed. But she always manages to stay up for an extra 3 hours and ask 1,000,001 questions.
How about you try this? First of all, plan out all your meals for the week. Even if you're going to pick up the ingredients on the same day, knowing what you will cook will take some of the stress of wondering what to do. Then sit with her to review her homework. You guys can chat over dinner and then let her help you wash up. Give her the chance to ask questions, Terry, and make all the time. It's her way of spending time with you. And I'm sure if you give her the chance to talk to you, she'll be more amenable to going to bed on time. And that means more free time for you.
So this positive discipline thing working for you?
To be honest, some days better than others. But I am getting a lot more practice seeing as he's spending most of his day with me now.
Okay, I'll give your suggestion a try.
And if you ever need someone to talk to or somebody to watch out for you while you work, I'm happy to help.
Thanks, Miss Lisa. Let me get going. I'm on to job number 2.
It's tough to care for a child when you're under stress as well. Ask a friend or family member to assist when you're having trouble coping. This message brought to you by the Ministry of Education, UNICEF, this station, and funded by UK Aid.
There is no vaccine microchip, and the COVID-19 vaccine will not.
Please, and thank you.
This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. You cannot get COVID-19 from the vaccine. None of the current vaccines contain the live virus that causes COVID-19. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. Those who already had COVID-19 should still get vaccinated. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARFA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. It is not possible for the vaccine to change your DNA. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARFA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. Researchers did not take any safety shortcuts when creating the COVID-19 vaccines. Large studies show that approved COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective. This message was brought to you from the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARFA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health.
The Government Information Unit, GIU, is the communications arm of the Government of Montserrat. We serve as the official platform for news and information for and about the government's ministries and departments. We develop information products on government's policies, programs, projects, and activities.
Yep. Want to say enough respect to ZGB Radio, still live streaming, and GIU. And of course, we want to thank all of our sponsors, the Bank of Montserrat, Sierra, Montserrat Shipping, the Government of Montserrat, the Tourism Division, Sports Department, Caribbean Alliance, Flow. We want to thank all of the sponsors. And of course to all of our media team, DS Media, Discover Montserrat, ZGB Radio. Well, Jensen, may have a big up to you because you're the government PRO. Radio Montserrat, ZGB. Can I have all of the teams assembled on the court, please? All teams, please assemble center court for the prize giving. Yep. We want to thank all of the patrons, all of you lovely fans, for coming out every night and being a part of this tournament. We thank you, we thank you, we thank you. Basketball is alive and well in Montserrat. And we look forward to hosting LIBA 2023 next year. Yeah. BVI ballers, players, please. St. Kitts and Nevis. Where is St. Kitts and Nevis? Sorry. Montserrat, St. Kitts, Nevis, BVI, Antigua. Yep. Montserrat over here. BVI. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, about to bring the curtains down. Can't find the flyer. And so at this time, I invite Miss Montserrat Nevis Sinclair alongside President Gilmore Williams, Popchow Williams, Center Court, who will be awarding the prize tonight. And so we will proceed and begin with the most points, individual award for the most points, accumulating 143 points, goes to Mr. Antoine Robinson of the BVI Ballers. And we say, well done, well done, well done. Well done to Mr. Antoine Robinson. Congratulations, Caesar. Most rebounds, ladies and gentlemen. Accumulating 66 rebounds for the entire tournament. This also goes to the BVI Skillful Ballers, to Mr. Shaheem Tyson. Most rebounds, 66 in total, to the BVI Skillful Ballers, Mr. Shaheem Tyson. Next individual prize, the most assists in the game, in the tournament, rather, sorry. 21 assists in total. Goes to the St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys. Individual award goes to Mr. Tequan Rogers. St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys. Wow. Most steals in the tournament. 38 in total. Goes to, from the BVI Skillful Ballers, Mr. Antoine Robinson. Yep. Say congratulations to Antoine on his second award. And the final individual prize for the most blocks in the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, from hometown Montserrat, most blocks goes to Mr. Jordan Ryan. Yeah. And we say congratulations to Mr. Jordan Ryan, the Montserrat Shamrocks. And that takes care, ladies and gentlemen, all right, that takes care of the individual awards for now until we reach the MVP. So we'll go into the placement. Third place winners, ladies and gentlemen, and Miss Nia Sinclair, Miss Montserrat, will be placing the medals around the necks of the St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys. Please give a round A rousing round of applause to them. St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys. Everybody will be receiving the medal. And of course, I presume the captain will be holding the third place trophy. St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys. Yeah. Third place. Managed by Mr. Wendell Pemberton. Coached by Mr. Glenn Ghost Phillip, the legend. We say congratulations to them and thank them for coming to our shows and participating in this, the Montserrat Invitational Under 26 tournament. All right, and so we invite the entire team, management, coaching staff, come forward to receive the third place trophy as we take the official photos and congratulate them. Ladies and gentlemen, can I get a round of applause for the St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys? Thank you very much, gentlemen. Hope to see you next year if we have the Libre tournament. And so, we move on to the second place. Second place, ladies and gentlemen, goes to the BVI Skillful Ballers. Medals, one at a time. The most consistent team throughout the league, performed exceptionally well. At one point, fought their way to the championship with 5 players, brought in some reinforcement today. And unfortunately, but we congratulate them and we thank them. Job very well done, gentlemen. Very well done. And we invite the entire team once again, entire team to receive your trophy. Gentlemen, BVI, entire team to receive the trophy. That one there. Next year, that one for you next year. Accompanied by Miss Montserrat, the BVI Skillful Ballers. Seems like everybody trying to get close to the Queen. Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson want to get close to the Queen. Yep. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Congratulations. Second place in the Montserrat Invitational Under 26, the BVI Skillful Ballers. And so, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the champions. Yep. Can I hear some noise for the champions? First place, winners of the Montserrat on the 26 tournament, the Wadadli Elites. Yep. Managed by Dr. Byron himself and the legendary Wanga, Coach Wanga. The Wadadli Elites. Congratulations to Dr. Byron, Coach Wanga, and the Wadadli Elites. Yep. And of course, we invite the entire team to congregate, gather up as Miss Montserrat presents the winning trophy. Hold on. Miss Montserrat will present the winning trophy to the Wadadli Elites. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the Wadadli Elites, the 2022 Montserrat Invitational Under 26 champions. Once again, we say congratulations. Can I get a round of applause one more time for the Wadadli Elites? Thank you very much, gentlemen. And so, ladies and gentlemen, there is yet but only one last prize to give. One more prize to give. It is an individual prize, but we deliberately held this one back. Tournament MVP. Tournament MVP. The most valuable player throughout the tournament. Accumulating 88 points, 53 rebounds, 19 assists, 22 steals, and 22 blocks. The tournament MVP goes to, from hometown Montserrat, Mr. Jordan Ryan. Once again, we want to say congratulations to the Wadadli Elites. Congratulations to Stekis, Nevis, Sugar Boys, and of course, to the BVI Skillful Ballers. We say special thank you to Miss Montserrat. In the meantime, I want to take the opportunity to say thank you to the sponsors, Sierra, Flo, the Government of Montserrat, the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports, Tropical Mansion Suites, the Bank of Montserrat, Shea Mango Villa, the Montserrat Arts Council, and Caribbean Alliance. Montserrat Shipping, we thank you very, very much as well. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us all right, gentlemen, don't go too far. You want a group photo with all the players, all teams? A group photo with everybody. Everybody, please. Everybody. In the spirit of camaraderie. And of course, the stats will be emailed to all team managers and coaches. And so you can verify anything that you need to verify at the end of the tournament. Group photo.
It was Saturday night.
I wasn't too young to understand. Walking by her side on a warm red sand. Darkness falling softly as she explained. It's a long, hard road, paved in pain. There's much reward to be had someday. Let no one stand in your way. Nothing, oh nothing comes to us easily. We're two of a kind. Champion, you and me. It's cold and lonely in the shadow of my destiny. It's cold and lonely in the shadow of my destiny. I grew up a wayward, headstrong girl, finding my way in a troubled world. The critics grow, they don't understand. Mediocrity is not in this woman. Know where I'm going and how to walk. Taking no nonsense, I don't skylark. Nothing, oh nothing comes to us easily. We're two of a kind, champion, you and me. It's cold and lonely in the shadow of my destiny. It's cold and lonely in the shadow of my destiny.
Christmas starts the moment you go postpaid with Flow. Because when you do, you get a special discount on a smartphone. Plus, you get 15 gigabytes of data, unlimited WhatsApp, and free YouTube, and unlimited local minutes.
All the way home to Flow.
Do you hear what I hear? Listen to the ocean, and you will hear a cry for help. The ocean is hurting, and we are the source of the hurt. But we can stop and start to heal our ocean by preventing pollution from getting into our waterways. It can start with you. Join an active organization, or better yet, make a personal commitment. Commit not for just one day in the year, but for the rest of your life. Let's dispose of our plastic and other waste responsibly, and let's start building resilience. Let the healing begin.
This message is brought to you by the OECS Commission with funding from the Government of Norway. Remlit, tackling ocean pollution from tooth to sooth.
Stop. It's time for dinner.
It's only a little bit.
I said it's dinner time, Jason.
After that, can I have candy?
You've had enough candy for the week.
But I didn't have any today.
I said no, Jason.
But Daddy always lets me have candy.
David, I need you to help me with this. I tell Jason no candy, and he says Daddy always lets him eat candy. I'm not arguing with you. Look, all I'm saying is before you agree to something like candy or watching extra TV, ask him, what did Mommy tell you? Yeah, if this positive discipline method is going to work, we have to stick together. Okay. Alright, bye. Okay, Jason, time for dinner.
Positive discipline is most effective when both parents agree on what methods to use. Support each other and you'll be able to see improvements more consistently. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education, UNICEF, this station, and funded by UK Aid.
One of those golden apples for me?
Sure, Miss Lisa.
Can I speak to you a moment, please, Terry? Thanks, Terry. So, Renee told me that you were shouting at her, and I noticed a bruise on her left arm in class.
I've been trying to follow this positive discipline list, but she doesn't listen. I have 2 jobs, and by the time I get home, she doesn't want to go to sleep, and I can't deal with all her crying and disobedience.
I understand you must be exhausted. Does she have a routine to follow?
Not really. I make whatever is easiest as she does her homework, and I send her to bed. But she always manages to stay up for an extra 3 hours and ask 1,000,001 questions.
How about you try this? First of all, plan out all your meals for the week. Even if you're going to pick up the ingredients on the same day, knowing what you will cook will take some of the stress of wondering what to do. Then sit with her to review her homework. You guys can chat over dinner and then let her help you wash up. Give her the chance to ask questions, Terry. And make sure to ask her about her day as well. Then, when she's ready for bed, she has the chance to ask you just one more question before it's time for lights out.
That sounds like a lot of work.
In class, she asks questions all the time. It's her way of spending time with you. And I'm sure if you give her the chance to talk to you, she'll be more amenable to going to bed on time. And that means more free time for you.
So this positive discipline thing working for you?
To be honest, some days better than others. But I am getting a lot more practice seeing as he's spending most of his day with me now.
Okay, I'll give your suggestion a try.
And if you ever need someone to talk to or somebody to watch out for you while you work, I'm happy to help.
Thanks, Miss Lisa. Let me get going. I'm on to job number 2.
It's tough to care for a child when you're under stress as well. Ask a friend or family member to assist when you're having trouble coping. This message brought to you by the Ministry of Education, UNICEF, this station, and funded by UK Aid.
There is no vaccine microchip, and the COVID-19 vaccine will not track people or gather personal information into a database. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. You cannot get COVID-19 from the vaccine. None of the current vaccines contain the live virus that causes COVID-19. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. Those who already had COVID-19 should still get vaccinated. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. It is not possible for the vaccine to change your DNA. This message was brought to you by the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health. Researchers did not take any safety shortcuts when creating the COVID-19 vaccines. Large studies show that approved COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective. This message was brought to you from the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and the Montserrat Ministry of Health.
The Government Information Unit, GIU, is the communications arm of the Government of Montserrat. We serve as the official platform for news and information for and about the government's ministries and departments. We develop information products on government's policies, programs, projects, and activities, which are then channeled through various communication platforms. GIU, your official source for news and information on the Government of Montserrat.